Hello, mijo.
Oh shh! Yeah, my bad.
Audio.
What?
Oh, that's.
I hope you're ready for the watch party, man. I got some good stuff today.
Oh shit.
All right.
I'm ready for it. As ready as I'll ever be.
Oh shh! All right, for sure. Hold
Yeah. Yeah. I hope you're ready too.
on. Hell yeah, I'll be as ready as I can be.
Right.
All right, here we
Okay.
go.
So, you want to go first?
Yeah, I've been dying to show you this fucking video, dude.
Give me 1 second. All right.
Yep.
You just enlarge this thing and change the windows.
Enlarge.
All right. I'm ready, man.
Oh shh! All right, let's go.
Okay.
Since we're gonna be doing some Ghost Adventure stuff, I figured it's only appropriate we watch a Ghost Adventures dub.
Right on.
Ghost Adventures.
So here we are at the Hellfire Caves. Pretty fucking tight. Who's there? What's that? Oh my god, run! Oh, I'm getting a bad feeling about this room, guys. I feel like something terrible must have happened in here.
No, not really. This is just where we store all the Christmas decorations.
Are they evil?
Nope, they just, sing to baby Jesus.
Guys, before we leave, I just want to say that I feel a strange energy coming from. Oh, fucking shit.
Whoa.
Oh, gosh,
Dude,
guys.
you okay?
I gotta sit down, bro. Oh, man. I need a sec. Just take it easy, man.
Fucking chill out.
You guys don't feel that? It's just like the room is just like spinning around. I'm fucking tripping out. Yeah, the best place to hook up's right down here inside the inner temple. Me and my boyfriend love to bang in front of the mannequins. It's so hot. Me and my wife were exploring the caves, and she got lost and shit. But when she was trying to find me, she said a ghost dick slapped her in the face. It really scared her. This is another great spot to hook up, especially late at night. It's real dark. It's great because you can hear the echo. So day one, no ghosts. Oh hey there, chill bros. So you guys seen any ghosts around here? Yeah, we're doing some filming, looking for ghosts and stuff on an adventure. You guys seen any? Oh yeah, I've seen some pretty fucking weird shit today. You try looking in the mirror? Yeah. Okay, now we gotta chill in here. We can't be too loud because there's another crew filming another ghost show and they got better equipment than us, but we can't let that stop us. We gotta keep looking because I'm sure there's plenty of ghosts in this place to go around. And oh look, here's the map. So we gotta go down this hallway, up to the information kiosk, go around, go to the gift shop, Chamber of Hell. That's where we gotta go. So is this the Chamber of Hell or the gift shop? I'm kind of confused. Do we gotta keep going or what?
Yes, mortal. You have fallen right into my trap.
Alright, cool. So I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions. So, in the Chamber of Hell, do you see any ghosts or spiritual-like activity? Perhaps any signs of ectoplasm or ghostly goo lying around? Or have you seen, anything?
Silence, mortal douche. I will now give you a vision of your own agonizing death.
So this chick just gave me a vision of my own death. It's pretty fucking sick, dude.
Please remove your mortal garments.
It's kind of cold, and this is my favorite affliction shirt, but okay, I guess so.
And now I will commence an unholy ritual by spreading hot mayonnaise all over your chest. It pleases the spirits and myself.
Whoa, dude, Aaron, you're looking good, bro. You been lifting, bro? I'm telling you, dude, those pre-workout shakes and protein, you'll see those gains. Yeah, I was actually gonna ask if you could help me with my squat form after—
That's enough fucking bro talk. Now walk the halls of the Hellfire Caves alone.
Okay, oh my god, what's that? Oh, it's just dirt. Okay. Alright, so I've been walking around for about 2 hours now, haven't seen anything. Dude, what's taking him so fucking long? It's like, find a fucking ghost already, dude. We gotta wrap up soon. Okay, you guys probably know this already, but the show's totally fake and we're just actors and the ghosts are not real, okay? And the Travel Channel made me sign a contract saying I wouldn't say anything, but I just fucking... It's just a bunch of bullshit, man. Holy fucking balls, dude. This mannequin just grabbed my ass. I'm so fucking scared, dude. Aaron, what the fuck is taking so long? Dude, a mannequin just grabbed my ass, bro. I'm serious. It really happened. Yeah, see, I think it was that one over there. He's still looking at me. So Aaron's kind of losing it, and it really smells like bad mayonnaise. So we're probably gonna call it a night. You know, we didn't find any ghosts this time, but maybe we will next time on another episode of Ghost Adventures, dude.
That was something.
Those are the comments. Everybody on the fat chick was hilarious. Oh man, shit's so dumb.
The enough bro talk. Best part.
Oh, oh shit. Alright, man. What do you got?
Let's see. I'm gonna try to go for a short one
For sure.
because all the ones I got is about 30 minutes.
Hmm.
Let's see. Oh, actually, hold on.
Alright.
I think this will do. All right. So,
Hmm?
how well do you know cryptids?
I mean, I've heard things about them here and there, but not all that much.
All right. Have you ever watched Xavier Renegade Angel? It's an acid trip. I've
No.
never seen it. Have you? Have you?
Nope.
All right. Well, look that one up. I'll look it up in the
For
next
sh-
one.
For sure.
On during your video.
Alrighty.
All right. There's someone in my chat called their username Kinda Pete. I approve. I approve. Oh, it was made by Adult Swim.
Kinda Pete. What?
No, I don't know. Xavier Renegade. Wait, it's ringing a bell actually.
Xavier Renegade. It's like the only person I know is like with the weird kind of name is Chris Angel.
Well, I mean, yeah, Chris Angel. It's ringing a bell, but we'll look that one up. All right. So, yeah, cryptids. Also
Mm.
for my chat, how well do you guys know cryptids? And so, personally, okay, for me, like if, out of all of them, the rake is in a way the most terrifying to me, and I don't know why. It's terrifying in a way.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
That's just a little bit of a lot. What happened?
Hold on. No. The rake sounds familiar.
Yeah. You might have seen clips of it. It's insane. You know what? I might have. That's what's ringing a bell. I see a lot of things.
Oh,
Sleeper.
this dude is a unusually tall, hairless, pale humanoid creature who crawls on all fours.
Yeah, more or less.
That's like the
There's different descriptions.
yeah.
Alright, so let me share my screen and let me swap over screens to. There we go. Bam. All
'Cause
right.
I was like, I know it from like SCP. Oh, you should share your screen by the way, because there you go.
There you go.
All right. I was like,
Kinda, yeah, kinda. Hold on, let me find it. So there's the shack, the shaman shack. That one was pretty gruesome. Not gonna lie.
what the hell?
I don't know if you want to listen to that one before we jump into the rake.
Up to you, dude.
All right. So cool. Alrighty. So I should warn chat too and the viewers that there's a pretty gruesome description of what happens to a victim here. So,
Oh hell.
you know, viewer discretion is highly advised. Yeah, that's all I got here. Let's jump right into it.
Let's go.
Let's see.
Disclaimer. Following story is very graphic. I am not kidding. Skip to the next story on the bar below if you easily get nightmares. Posting from phone so no green text.
Oh
South
shit! I'm
African
about to
bro
piss
here,
myself.
just your average white guy, decide to go camping in a woods. Well, not really woods but in a thick bush. Get lost. Really freaking lost. Got a panga, basically a machete, but thinner and 4 foot long. No signal. Battery dead.
Machete.
Darkness falling. Be winter so at 6, got no light. Start panicking looking for a trail. Hear bush baby cries, scary as shit. And screams. Human screams. Come across a shack. And sneak up. Peer inside, some chanting Sangoma, witch doctor, doing stuff, leaning over a small baby's corpse.
Oh shit.
Small white blonde girl. No more than 3. Beheaded. Saw him cut open her womb and scoop out her underdeveloped lady bits and put it in a boiling pot.
What?
Snuck up, swung and sunk the panga into his neck, then just bolted, ran and ran and ran in one direction, eventually got picked up by a farmer asking how the hell I got onto his farm.
So that was the Shaman Shack, yeah.
What the fuck?
Make of it what you will. Again, these are green text stories, so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
That's such
I haven't, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in like a rural area or something like that. There are some really creepy things in places that you'd never expect them to. So, Shaman Shack does sound like, what the fuck? I'm just trying to process.
no, fair.
Oh shit. Jesus, no, dude. So what? He's saying that he swung at the shaman with his machete.
Yeah, his punga.
Oh, his punga. Fuck, dude.
Definitely not an innuendo here.
Okay. I was gonna say, wow, man. Like, oh, hey, Anna. Or Annie, how are you doing? Um, uh, yeah, I'm at a loss for words with that, to be honest. Because what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay, so without further ado, the rake.
All right,
So
let's do
this
it.
one, I remember listening to it when one day I was going on for my run, the 3 a.m. runs in
Oh
pitch
no.
ass blackness, and I didn't really pay attention to it until I re-listened to it again,
Mm.
and then I was like, oh, okay, this now I'm paying attention. This is something else. Anyway, again, take it with a grain of salt. I I like the description, and yeah, it is what it is. All right.
All right, let's go.
My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me, as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died. But honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place. People talk about ghosts and aliens, and you think to yourself that ain't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy or something like that. You just can't believe it. Until something happens. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you, maybe you hear the same story again and again, happening to different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet I started to believe. I started to hear other stories just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe in the rake. That's not what my father called it, of course. He's never used the internet in his life, he wouldn't know what the consensus has taken to naming it. When he chose to call it something other than it, or that thing, he called it Skinwalker after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But I'll tell you the story, the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night, he'd tell me. Coyotes. We'd kill 'em for $50 a skin. They lived on a dairy farm, in Ohio. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night, because we needed the money. Sometimes, while we were out, we'd come on a deer, and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Suddenly, blood, everywhere. Splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen it sometimes. They can scavenge and start hunting deer or cattle. The worst was when they breed with feral dogs. But this wasn't like that. See, when a pack of dogs, or wolves, or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They'll pick off one that's weak, or sick, or old, or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner, some place it can't get out of, and they'll run it right to the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see that alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. It'll just notice that its throat is gone, and then it'll drop dead. It's quick, it's clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had run up on a den of deer. Coyotes won't attack a den, wolves neither, because they'd get too much of a fight. There were three, I think, 3 bodies. Just torn apart. You'd see a head here, a leg here, a torso there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave behind scraps. What had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that. We saw a bunch of carcasses and we think it's something we gotta take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home. He thought it was a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him, and I damn sure wasn't walking through 2 miles of woods alone, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. He was only 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was about the only gun he could reliably use. Dad had the shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without it. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard, either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bleed a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. I know that I'd never seen my dad scared before that night. We started hearing noises. I've been in a lot of woods, in my life. I've been all over the world, and ain't never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. Heard deer, and fox, and rabbits, and raccoons, and birds, just scared. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12, or 1 o'clock. Except the fox, and some birds, nothing was supposed to even be awake. But they weren't just awake, they were moving. I saw flocks of birds that night fly straight into trees just trying to get out of there. We came up on a pack of coyotes, nearly shot a couple thinking it was what we were looking for, but then we saw they were running towards us. They ran right past us, didn't even notice. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, foxes, even a couple wild hogs. These things were supposed to be eating each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting out of there. We should have put it together. That maybe whatever we were tracking, it wasn't something we were supposed to see, and it wasn't something we could kill. I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go toward trouble, to fight. And knowing what I knew about what my father did during the war, my nature was to stay close to him. We finally get into an open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. We saw the tracks, then. A lot of the animals fleeing the forest had paved over the land. But where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step. Like they were leaving it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds wet nearly tore out my damn throat, once. All that means is that it's quick and hard to hit. So we follow the tracks, and it doesn't take us long to find where it is. There's this old schoolhouse that sits on the top of a hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado, but nobody lived there, not for a long time. We caught homeless people in there, sometimes, or druggies looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high. But we didn't think that for long. We get within 50 yards, and we hear this noise. A screeching kinda sound. It was sort of made up of two different sounds. One was a high-pitched screech, another was a low-pitched growl. It was making both, at the same time. We get within 20 yards, and we hear this sound. I can remember thinking that it sounded like paper being torn apart, while someone was swinging water in a bucket, back and forth. Dad looks at me, kneels down, and whispers. I gotta stay behind him, 'cause we're about to corner him. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially when it's a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that it's just one. He tells me it's probably a single, feral dog, probably rabid. The plan is to sneak up on it while it's eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting it till it don't move anymore, then slit its throat. And if it gets to Dad, it's my job to shoot it or stab it, to get it off him. So he walks up, and I'm right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I can see what it is. I wish to this day I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tears off its flesh, and throws what it doesn't nibble at aside. There's blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It's pale white. Human looking, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like a human, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over. And its hands weren't normal, it had long fingers with claws at the end. So we see that, and my dad hesitates. He wasn't about to fire on a person. So he clears his throat, to try get it to turn around. I swear to God, all the noise just ceased. I ain't ever heard true silence before that, and not after it. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise. Which made it all the louder when it turned around, made this shrill cry, and jumped on Dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit the thing, it didn't mind. But it was on him, tears parts of him off. I start shooting it with the 22, point blank, but it barely bled the thing. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the gun butt. But it wasn't budging. It didn't even register that I was there. It's clawing at my dad, taking off bits of his flesh. It starts on his torso, ripping off the skin, his tit, then it moves up. It tore off his throat, it tore off his nose, his eyes, it scalped him. Then it started digging in, ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones and that tube in your neck, then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow, my dad's knife ends up in this thing's shoulder, and my dad ends up on my back. I'm running, and by God I'm running faster than I'd ever run before or after. And it's following me. I end up back in the woods, opposite the ones we've been in. I'm heading towards my landlord's house, 'cause it's half a mile away. I can hear this thing, screeching, and moaning. I hear these tree branches crack and get thrown around. It sounds like someone's taking an axe to every single tree I pass, it's cracking so loud and often, but I just ain't looking back. Finally, I trip into gravel. I look up and there's my landlord and bunch of his buddies, drinking around a campfire. I scream and I cry, and they come over. I'm telling them to call an ambulance, and he looks at me, and I'll never forget what he said. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as he said it, he saw one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere. It was what was left of my dad. Most of his head, his torso, but nothing after the waist. Suddenly we hear it. Screeching. He grabs me, my dad gets thrown on the ground. I'm fighting him, crying, 'cause I think we can still save him, somehow, but my dad had been gone for I ever picked him up. He has to pick me up and throw me inside before I come with him. He and his buddies, we're all inside, and they're locking doors and getting guns. The landlord's asking me what happened. What happened, but I just don't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it all together to understand that there was something dangerous there. All the lights in the house are on, and someone calls the cops. They'll be there, but in 15 minutes. We look outside, and see it walk in front of the fire they'd made. Don't know what it is, one of them says it looks like an ape. Suddenly, something goes through the window. We shoot at it, but ain't the thing. It's my landlord's dog. Just the body, though. Not his head or legs. We start pushing things in front of doors and windows, when we hear something the garage. I remember one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We hear metal and glass just get ripped apart. We put a couch and a TV in front of the door to the garage. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent, like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure the guns were ready. Someone hands me a pistol. No sooner did I cock the hammer back did we hear something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again. Except now it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out. Because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door leading upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men just slammed into it. It got its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that. Put the barrel right up to its wrist and pulled the trigger. Cut its hand off, clean. That only pissed it off, though. It started pushing on that door, clawing. We were on one side, pushing as best we could, and it was on the other, doing the same. That wood just wasn't going to hold, so someone tells us to keep our heads down. Suddenly the top half of the door is just gone, my ears are ringing, and there are splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them just unloaded on the top of that door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to that door, what was left of it. The sun was up before they got me off it. They put me in a hospital for a while. A lot of people talked to me, but I didn't talk back, not for a long time. When I got back home, I got a job for the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing. But, I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him, right away, what the police told him. The story they went with was a wild animal, probably a wolf, or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could say that when they had the hand. He looks at me, stunned. He tells me that hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car wrecked, drove into a tree, died on impact. The hand was never found, probably taken away by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of a bear that looked like a human hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing when I was in basic. Never found him. They said he owed some people some money and just ran away, but I don't think it's that simple. I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't even if I had the whole goddamn US Army at my back. But that was a lie. When my mother died, I don't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He went to those woods. He never came back. FBI was called, they did a show for everyone involved, but I knew they weren't really looking. I had to get one drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they get a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing. But that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of his team, he wrote the rake onto a napkin. I didn't know what I meant until I searched for it on the internet. Honestly, I would have rather not known.
Yeah, that's. I never said abandoned places. Fuck. No, I said let's go explore like ghost shit, but I don't know. This just kind of puts you into like a perspective of things. Like, okay, like I said, it's a green text story. If it's true or not, that's I mean, it's up in the air. But we can't deny that there is weird shit that people have documented. That's for sure. Yep.
And mostly, in like very rural areas where, it doesn't really get to see all that much attention um, as it does now.
Mm-hmm.
So, um,
Take your
yeah,
time with your words.
I don't really know what to say all that much about
Yeah,
it,
no,
but that is
it's
definitely one of the creepiest stories that I've heard. I thought the first one was really creepy, but this is on a whole nother level.
yeah, because oh crap, I gotta find it. It's another story of the rake where
Mhm.
so I'll spoil it a little, or do you want me to hold off for the surprise of it?
I'd say hold off, because
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I just came across
yeah.
something
Cause
too.
yeah, no, no, no. I think it'll be better that way. Actually, hold on.
Hmm.
Don't worry about that.
About what?
Nothing. Crazy beer dying. Uh, Cave of Bones. Oh, this one too. Okay, you know what? I'll stick to this one because there's a couple of them that. Hold on, Forest Man. Not that one. I'll send you this one too.
Mhm.
Oh, and also staircases in the forest. Have you heard of those? That phenomenon?
Just random staircases leading up to nowhere in the middle of a forest.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard about those. I haven't like looked too much into it. Like I haven't like taken a deep dive into it, but I've heard about that phenomenon.
yeah, that's another one. Oh well, I'll pull up
But
a couple of them here.
for
Go ahead.
sure, I think one of the scarier bits though is like whenever they say that everything is dead silent, because then you know that something is really fucking just wrong when everything is completely dead silent and you're in a place that's supposed to be surrounded by you know creatures that are constantly making noise nonstop.
Yeah, and that's also documented in a lot of 411 cases that, well, people that have survived
Mm.
those disappearances, that they report that everything was quiet around them when you would hear, obviously, rustling of leaves, sounds of nature,
Mhm.
and the deeply, impending feeling of dread
Mhm.
that comes with, when you're being stalked by a predator, or when, uh, when people have been stalked, they get that same feeling. And it's one of the things that's reported in a lot of missing 411 cases.
Mhm.
All right, I'll throw the ball to your court. Let me stop sharing my screen.
The balls. All right, I got one for you.
All right, let's see. Man.
Sounds like
Uh,
12 minutes long, but it shouldn't be too
One second. Give me one momento. There we go. Okay,
long. All right.
we're ready. Ready, spaghetti.
All right. All right. So this is six disturbing things, 6 disturbing forest findings caught on camera.
Oh,
Let's do it.
This first finding was made by hiker James Rankin in early October of 2016. James had been hiking in Berkeley-Jackson County Park when he came across an old campsite. But disturbingly, all around the campsite were multiple different missing person posters taped onto trees. The posters themselves were completely real, featuring real missing people across different US states. Upon his discovery, James would quickly start recording.
Okay, we're deep in the woods. Sort of, we're like on the border, because like there's a side of the woods where there's people's houses. But I came to a trail that led to a trail that led to a trail up the hill. But I saw what looked like a fire pit. And remember, we're still in the woods. We're still in the woods, right? I don't know what this is. Do you see the trees? They're white. Okay. I was like, okay, these are probably no trespassing signs, or maybe it's something for the wildlife or something. Look what these are. What the is going on in here? This is Utah, Florida. They're all different. They're all different. Every single one. This one's from Georgia. And look at it. Like, look where the we are. Who the does something like this? And we got this one. And it's obviously these, you can tell, these aren't new. Like, not just that this is 2012, Noblesville, Indiana, right? Look at the tape. Look at the water damage. These bits have been hanging up for a while. Let me just, look at that. And over here in the middle of the fire pit, that's a shovel.
James would ultimately report the finding to the police. Though, upon further investigation, police would write it off as someone's Halloween decorations. James, however, was not satisfied with this investigation. His discovery took place on October 3rd, and according to James, the posters themselves did not look like they were set up recently. Later that same year, James would return to the campsite, but this time be stopped by multiple no trespassing signs.
Okay, first of all, I am not violating any of these no trespassing signs. I'm simply not. I came here only to show you and get it on tape and leave. From here, we can see down there, that's the clearing. So, anyway, what they've done, they printed out their own no trespassing signs. Homemade. I'm assuming these are all legally binding. I have no way of knowing, so I'm not taking any chances. But you can see, they attached them to the trees with ordinary masking tape. These aren't even laminated. This is posted, private property, no trespassing. Violators will be prosecuted. And we've got one there, one there, one there.
Because the police had already closed their investigation, this would pretty much mark the end of the whole situation. Back in 2013, a man named Phil Poling would upload this video to his YouTube channel. The video features Phil out late at night in his neighborhood, located in Mission, Oregon. Phil claimed to have heard strange noises echoing around outside his neighborhood only a few minutes prior, which is why he was outside in the first place. Once he reached a nearby forest that was only around 200 feet from his house, he would again hear the noises. And this is where he started recording.
January 21st, about 11 p.m. I'm a couple hundred feet from my house, and you hear it going off in the background right now. Kind of sounds weird. Kind of sounds doggish, hyena-ish. I mean, that almost sounds like laughter. It's actually gotten closer since it started. It's probably only 200 feet, 300 feet from me right now.
The recording of noises continued for a while longer, until the sounds of gunshots can be heard echoing from the forest.
I think that was a gunshot.
Multiple people in the community itself had claimed to have been hearing similar noises for the last 2 months or so leading up to the recording. But just what exactly was making the noises is still unclear. This video features the GoPro footage of 2 dirt bikers riding on a remote path in the forest. Throughout the video, the bikers can be seen going at extreme speeds, but doing this would quickly prove to become almost deadly. As the bikers continued on the path, they were unexpectedly met with a steel cable strung across 2 trees at perfect neck level for oncoming bikers. At a fast enough speed, this trap could no doubt take the lives of anyone riding through that didn't see it. Fortunately, however, the biker in the front did see it and was able to react quick enough to avoid it. The bikers would actually debate whether or not to stay and wait for the person who set up the trap to come back, but they would end up deciding against this. It's still unknown who's responsible. Mark Andre was a man who devoted his career to exploring the vast woods of Northern California. He worked as his town's environmental service director, so it was quite literally his job to spend time in the woods. In February of 2018, he had been tasked with marking trees, and while he was doing so deep in the woods, he would come across some makeshift cabin, which, considering the extreme remoteness of the area he was in, made the discovery highly abnormal. Mark would of course get a closer look at the structure. The thing was only around 8 by 12 feet wide and 15 feet tall. There was a lock on the shack's only entrance, and from the outside there was no real evidence anyone was there. Still, disturbed by the finding, Mark would head back to get professional assistance. The next few days would consist of multiple attempts to contact the owner of the shack, but all of them ultimately failing. So, finally, upon revisiting the structure, the men would break open the lock to the front door. They would find a space that was clearly being lived in, or at the very least had been lived in recently. The shack had its own furniture, a pot-bellied stove, a small library, and even a typewriter. Jars and cans of food filled the shelves. However, in spite of all this, the search resulted in no further identification of the actual owner. Because the shack was illegally constructed, the men ultimately had no other choice but to leave an eviction notice on the front door before leaving. A few days later, the authorities returned to see out the contract, but there was nothing there. The makeshift cabin was completely gone. Whoever the owner was had deconstructed it, with literally the only thing left behind being an international squatter symbol made from charcoal. Many theorized the owner was wanted by authorities, and was therefore living completely alone in the forest, evading any contact with other people. But whether or not this is even close to true is still up for debate. To this day, the real owner of the shack is still unidentified. This video was captured on an early morning in the middle of December. It takes place in Canada, and features some disturbing noise echoing throughout the forest. It's not clear what the noise is. Many frequent hunters would report to have never heard anything even remotely similar.
What that is? I don't know. Scary shit. Is it?
One comment suggested the noise could have been a wolf that was either trapped or left behind by its pack. It's also possible it was another animal, such as an elk or possibly a bull moose, although none of these theories have been confirmed. YouTube user Rainey Schuler would upload this video to YouTube in 2013. The video's footage is from multiple security cameras Rainey would set up around his house, which was in an isolated area of the Rocky Mountains. The whole idea behind the cameras was to capture the footage of the different wildlife around his property to then upload to YouTube. But on September 13, the cameras around his house would catch something completely out of the ordinary. You can see as a woman walks out from the complete darkness of the woods. Some believe the woman was lost, or that her car had broken down nearby, but that doesn't explain her general careless mannerism as she aimlessly walks around the property. And a while later, the woman could be seen walking right back into the forest. After that night, the house owner would never see this woman again.
All right, thoughts?
Uh, the ones that creeped me out were obviously the unknown sounds in the forest.
Mm.
That I don't know. I mean, that was the most interesting ones for me because I mean, obviously you're curious to see or to find out what it is, but at the same time, it's kind of one of those things that maybe we shouldn't fuck with it. Probably just leave it alone.
Yeah. Or it's like, maybe my curiosity isn't as strong as I thought it was.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Right?
Like that's kind of like okay, so we're planning on like doing some quasi trips around cross country trips and whatnot,
Hmm.
and going through like long stretches of road, um, what was it abandoned towns, forests. Like it's a good experience and it's a good adventure, but at the same time, it's shit like this that kind of it sticks to the back of my mind. I go, yeah. How about if I carry a 12 gauge with me?
Right.
Introduce him to Mr. Boomstick.
Right. No, man, like, that first one always gets to me though, because it's like, for the police to just dismiss it off like as a Halloween decoration or some shit when it clearly shows that those things were up there for a long ass time. It even shows water damage and, you know, who in their right mind would even go to be putting up missing posters of random ass people from different states in that kind of area,
Hmm.
and just shit like that is just, that's really fucking creepy to me. But
Yeah.
on, I gotta go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
All right, go pee pee.
Nature calls. You find the next video you want to put up. I'll hand the ball over to you. The balls.
Ball.
Las tetas.
Oh, buddy. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Four screens. Uh, oh yeah, right. The Xbox controllers. What? Mm, Fox Pelt. Mysterious visitor. Oh yeah, this one. Table Bones. Oh yeah. We'll backtrack. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Damn it! Which one was it? All right. So California back roads, and they were bears. I gotta find the other one because I think I might know which one it is. I know I have saved for sure. I want to say I have it saved. Uh, let's take a look right now. Anyway, hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know someone might say, "Oh, Halloween's over." Well, it's not over until I say it's over, Jack. So buckle up, baby. We're going for a ride. But anyway, is it too much to ask for it to be Halloween all year? Hmm. Think about it. There's more benefits to it, I think. Maybe. Well, now in hindsight, think about it, watching and listening to these stories. Hmm. Maybe still. Yeah. Well, no problem. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. As I always say, out of sight, out of mind. It's still stuck in my head. All right, now we would just wait for this man to get back from PP, and then we'll continue. Oh yeah, actually, I should probably. Yeah, trying to get it right. I never heard a fox cry at night, so I think that would be probably terrifying to me. Well, terrifying in the sense that I'll probably chuck something at it and tell it to shut the fuck up because I'll be startled. As the thing with me, so if I were to live in a in a haunted house, I would probably chuck something in the general direction of a spirit, telling it to shut the hell up or to help with the house and to pay bills. Yeah, I would probably be more angry because I'm tired and I just want to relax. That I wouldn't even register a spirit trying to make my life miserable. I'd be more angry at the fact that I have to deal with something else outside of my daily routine. So yeah, fair warning to any ghost. Um, Good luck, and I'll probably tell you to eat a bag of dicks. Actually, I've done it before. Is this? Well, meanwhile, Yuki comes back. So, fun story. One day, I was all alone, and something in the kitchen dropped. No way of it falling. Uh, I had placed it there and had been in and out. I had not moved anything remotely in that area, and I just hear something drop. I didn't have my babies at that time yet, so I was completely alone. Something drops as I'm making my way out of the kitchen through the hallway to the hallway, and I just turn around and let's see. I said, I think I said something around the lines of, you better be either cleaning or paying rent because this shit ain't free," and walked away.
Yeah, I'm back. Crack.
Crack?
I got, I came back right when you said, what did I say? I was gonna say crack.
I was just telling my story about the time that I told a ghost to fuck off.
Oh,
Or
oh shit.
okay, so I might have told you the story already. The one where something dropped in the kitchen.
Wait, was it like a glass, like
I
cup?
think it was a pencil or something.
Oh,
It
okay.
was something small, but so it was at night, and I was alone before the Yan Yans and before I had roommates.
Uh-huh.
I was completely alone, and I had been around doing something in the kitchen, but on the bar, I had placed a couple things and some pencils, and I hadn't been doing anything around there, and there was no way for it to fall. So when I'm making my way out of the kitchen to the
Mhm.
hallway, I hear something drop, and so I just immediately stop. I turn around and I say something to the effect of, "You better be either cleaning or helping pay for the rent because this shit ain't free," and walked away.
What the fuck?
I was not having it.
The ghost is fucked up.
Basically, I was like, "Oh fuck you then too."
Oh shit.
Yeah, I was not having it that day, and I said, "You know what? There's somebody in here. Fuck you."
Um, yeah, no, like it's so funny that you bring that up too, because I've had some experiences that can't be explained by any normal means,
Hmm.
and even my dad has had those kind of experiences too, and I'm just like, especially especially when it came to like stuff that happened at my grandma's house. That's for sure. I've had a couple of experiences in that place, and yeah, my dad did too.
All right, do
Really?
share. We'll take this moment to take a quick break and share. Because I have a couple too that, I mean, one that I witnessed
Mm,
and a couple that I was around, but I was not directly involved.
mhm.
So you go ahead. You go first.
Well, basically, so one that my dad told me that he would tell me a lot, was that there was he says that he feels like my grandma's house or my grandparents' house is haunted because there was one time where so it's a two-story house, right? Grandparents lived in the bottom, we lived up top. Um, he told me that there was one time, I think it was in like the late evening. He was just, he was sitting up on his bed, just like watching TV or whatever, and just relaxing. And he told me that, he was about to go to sleep, and he turned the TV off, and he says that he saw this like shadowy figure move from one side of the bed, like slowly just walking across, and it looked like the head of a child, pretty much. And when I think he told me that he was kind of like a bit paralyzed in fear, but he like leaned up, how like you lean up, and he was trying to look over and see what happened, and nothing was there.
Mm-hmm. Oh
And
shit!
that shit freaked him out. He was like, once I saw that, I pulled the covers up, and I was like, nope, 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 nope.
You just nope that.
Pretty much. I
Just
mean,
no
what could you
covers.
do?
Tell her to fuck off. Pay for rent.
No, and then the one that I told him about too was well, I've had two paranormal experiences. One was in my grandparents' house. One was when we went to go visit my uncle out in Long Beach. So the one in my grandparents, um, it was around, I want to say like 12:30, close to 1, uh, in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And me, I just randomly got up and I was like, man, I'm really thirsty. I should probably go down and get myself something to drink. I should have brought some like a water bottle or something with me, but I didn't. I went down to the kitchen and I scoured. I was scouring the fridge. I didn't find anything. And then I was like, wait, I know Grandpa has a fridge down in the basement, and he usually keeps stuff in there like sodas or juices sometimes. So I was like, you know what, I really don't want to, but man, I'm really thirsty. So I decided to take a little trip down there, and I made sure I kept all the lights on and everything. So I go down, and everything's normal. I go in, I check the fridge, and lo and behold, there's a container of Sunny D in there. So I grab it. And right as I go to close the door, I turn around to the entrance, and I see this pair of red eyes just looking at me. And um I don't know if it was because I was just dumbfounded or what, but I was like, uh hello? Like I waved slowly, and the pair of eyes just blinks at me and then suddenly just disappears.
Oh shit!
And I was like, you know what? Fuck the juice. I dropped that shit. I ran upstairs and I closed the fucking basement door with the lock up on the very top. I locked that shit. I was like, nope, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck the juice, man. I don't need that Sunny D shit anymore. Fuck that. Oh my
The
god.
juice was not worth the squeeze.
No, no, it wasn't. And it was really, really creepy by the fact that it looked like a child. It looked like a little boy. And then I instantly thought, my dad had the same, not necessarily the same, but he had a paranormal experience here that had to do with, the apparition looking like the form of a little boy or a
Mm-hmm.
child. And I've always been curious as to what actually happened here, or what thing might have transpired that this entity is wandering around the house like that. So,
Oh.
oh, my arm is shaking a little bit. So to this day, um, I I'm not denying what I saw, but at the same time, I it does yeah, it brings back some kind of some feeling of fear in a way, but I try not to think about it too much. But it was definitely a an experience for me.
No, I bet. Don't do that one. It's ooh, that's something.
But the thing is, though, like you know, the apparition itself didn't seem like it was hostile or anything. It stared at me for a couple of seconds, blinked, and then like slowly faded away. And and like I even had the lights down there on too and everything. So I was hoping that my mind was playing tricks on me or something. But I mean, I saw what I saw, and I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest.
You probably had an encounter with the health inspector.
Oh no. No, that would have been a very dark, muscular humanoid figure
The booty warrior. I'm
asking
looking
me
for
if
my
I
next foot.
asking me if I scrubbed myself thoroughly. But yeah,
um,
no, yeah,
Jesus.
I don't know if I don't know if like I kind of want to ask my sister if she's had any experiences like that uh at my grandparents' house, because I feel like at least uh one of us, if not mostly everybody there, has had some kind of encounter with this entity.
Hmm.
But even then, I honestly don't know what to make of it. And thank goodness it wasn't a hostile spirit. That's all I could say. But it was definitely a very scary feeling.
Not bad. Hmm,
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't even know what to make of it.
Jesus. Um, well, okay, I'll share a few of them.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, let's see. I remember, what was it? Somewhere around 2015. Uh, so I won't get so much into it, but it was a rough patch in my life,
Mm,
and so there was a lot of stuff going on, and I was in high school, I remember, and there was quite a bit of turmoil in the household, but I remember it was just me, my sister, and my dad in the house,
mm,
and my dad and my sister were in the kitchen, living room, so they were somewhere in that area. I was in the bathroom, I believe, and so uh, what was it? I hear the door open, and like don't really think about it because someone probably walked out or something. But then I hear them calling me from the kitchen to come quickly, and I go, "What the fuck?" And so I quickly rush over, and then I just see them standing, both of them, and they're just in shock, like wide-eyed. Uh, and so then my dad starts explaining to me that he was walking by, and the door just opened, just slammed open. And so, mind you, we always close our doors. We always lock them when we go inside.
mm.
But and then I think we had also a deadbolt on there.
Oh
Uh,
shit.
and it was locked. There was no way to open it without undoing the locks. And
Mm,
my dad wanted to really play pranks like that. And so he said he was walking by to the hallway, and the door just slams open. And then I believe him because my dad is just trying to wrap his head around what had happened. He's simulating it, closing it, locking it, trying to open, and obviously it's not going to open.
mm.
And then he's just going on about it. And my sister said she corroborated his story. Said, "Yeah, I was right here, and I saw how that thing just opened without anybody touching it." And so that was their experience.
Oh
Shortly
shit.
after, actually, Um,
Mhm.
yeah, I believe it was shortly after or before, but it was around that incident. I was taking a shower, and so I'm just, minding my business. I'm shampooing myself, and
Scrubbing the
so
balls.
shampooing my luscious locks. And I shit you not, dude.
Mm.
I'm in the shower. I'm facing away from the shower head, and I just hear a voice call my name right next to my ear, like whisper it.
Oh shit.
I shit you not, dude. And so I just, well, I was closing my eyes because, shampoo. So I just quickly opened them, closed them, turn around to kind of wash them, wash a little bit of the soap off of my face, and then I just peek my head out of the curtain, and I just call out to my sister and my dad, because I was thinking, well, maybe they called me or something.
Mhm.
It still didn't make sense because I would have heard the door open, and so I called to him, to whoever, no answer, and same thing, dude. I am unbothered by these things, so I just I hear no reply and go, fucking perverts, and I just close the shower curtain and keep taking a shower
The
because I'm bothered by
mm.
it. Yeah, those two. In where I live, uh, let's see, people have said that they've seen a shadowy figure standing in front of the window, or felt like somebody's looking out at them as they're passing by at night.
Oh
And so
shit.
one day I think we had a gathering or a party or something, and my aunt was telling me about it because she passed by one day.
Mhm.
This was when I was living alone. My parents had moved to their new place across the street,
Mhm.
and so they were talking about it. And I'm coming around. I think I got there late, and I sit down with some food, and they tell me about it, and I go, "Oh yeah, that's normal." And then they just stop and go, "What?" They go, we've experienced some things, but you're just talking about it nonchalant." I said, "Yeah, I thought you guys knew about this. Actually, there's about three spirits that chilled in there." And they go, "What?" I said, "Yeah." They're like, "How do you guys not know this?" I go, "What do you mean? You're talking about it like it's just a regular Tuesday." I was like, "I mean, I'm used to it. I don't really care as long as they don't do anything."
Mhm.
Like, I've heard a couple, like some footsteps walking around the house, and they were not my family members for sure.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, it's 1 or 2 in the morning, midnight. Um, who's gonna be really walking around with shoes in the middle of the night? Unless they're gonna go somewhere, you would hear the door open. But no, I just saw, I even saw shadows walking back and forth, like if somebody was actually stepping
Mhm.
from below the door. And I figured, well, I mean, whatever. And I just fell back to sleep.
Shit, dude.
And okay, so this one you're probably gonna like this one. This is the last story.
Okay.
All right, so this one is kind of a doozy because I mean, I think I might have told you, but I'll say it again if I have. This one
Wait,
is a
wait.
doozy because what happened?
Is it the one about what your dad had encountered and how when you asked him he just refuses to talk about it?
Oh, that one.
That one?
No, 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 no. That one's a different one.
Okay.
But that one gets to me too because it's like this one, the rake.
Oh shit.
Hmm. Well, I told you, right?
Uh, the one about your dad, yeah? Not this
Okay.
one that you're mentioning, or that you're gonna mention, I should say.
Okay, no, this one was me and my dad. And so, okay. This one took place in Riverside,
Mm,
uh circa 20, I want to say 2008, 2007, 2008.
mm,
And so it was summer, and I was helping him with his then full-time job as a landscaper.
mm,
So we're out in Riverside, and I have a headphone on. Well, I have my headphones on, And so, what was it? I think we're prepping the owner's backyard too, so we can mow the lawn. What they had a small patch, mow the lawn, clear up the leaves, throw away the trash, and just tidy up everything. But it was a very small backyard, and it had a swing set. And to the left, there was a jacuzzi,
Mhm.
and then there was this fence gate all around. And next to the fence, looking out the backyard, there were some citrus trees. And so, uh, mind you, that day it was summer. There was it was not windy or anything, and that actually will play a big part. So
Mhm.
I'm just like scooping up the dog's shit off the ground with a rake
Boy.
and a little shovel.
Uh,
And so I'm on the opposite side of the swing. If you're looking at the backyard, I was on the left, my dad was on the right.
mhm.
And they had citrus trees. So they had a lime tree, grapefruit tree, and orange tree. So my dad grabbed one of the oranges, he peeled it, he was eating it.
Hell yeah.
Free oranges! And so I'm just minding my own business. I see our sound, and I just stop and I pull one of my headphones out, and my dad has a fucking orange in his mouth, but he's muffling, look, and gesturing because he was caught mid chew. And he's going. He's looking at the swing, and I look at the swing.
Mhm.
I saw it from my peripheral, but I didn't register it, and I look at it, and this thing is swinging as if somebody was on it.
Oh shit.
So yeah, like if somebody was just perpetually giving it motion. And so I walk around, I look at it, and so this thing just kept swinging, and I stopped it,
Mhm.
and my dad goes, "Holy shit, you saw that, right?" And I go, "Yeah, Dad, I'm looking straight at this thing. This happened right now." And so, uh, I like put my hand through it, and it just feels normal.
Mhm.
And so my dad goes, "How the?" And he's just flabbergasted, and I just go, I don't know how to, I don't know what to tell you. I saw it with my own eyes." And so he grabbed, he said, "This thing was just swinging. You saw when we come in. There was no motion." And I said, "No, there wasn't." And so he grabs it, he lifts it, he lifted up the swing and then let it go to swing. He said, "There's no way that thing happened because as he let it go, we saw how the momentum was running out and
Mhm.
it stopped eventually." And then that day, like I said, there was no wind. So, and even if so, there's no way that there was a gust of wind that was strong enough to propel that swing. Not only that, to keep it also in motion.
Mhm.
Number two. Number three, the way that it's set up, there was no way that wind could have been the cause because uh, it was pretty much like sheltered. And any
Mhm.
wind that would have went in would have probably blown it sideways, not forward and back in a perfect arc.
Mhm.
And so yeah, we finished the job. I just kept an eye on it. But fun fact right here, um, I want to say it was about 2 weeks before that. I came home from school. It was shortly before summer break, and I just go and I say what's up to my parents, and um, my mom she's teasing my dad. She says, "Your dad shit his pants at work." And I go, "What?" And I started laughing, and I started teasing him a bit,
Mhm.
and then he looks at me. He goes, "Nah, this was something else." He was like kind of like laughing and smiling out of, I guess, the after effects of the shock wearing down.
Mhm.
And then he had told me he had gone to the same house, and he has had this tendency to talk with the neighbor across and just joke around with him and whatnot.
Mhm.
So when he got to start on the house, he was doing his thing, prepping. Um, and so what was it? I think he was barely even prepping the yard or something. And so the swing starts moving again, but this time he looks at it and he goes, "Oh, you're trying to scare me, huh?" And the swing just stops mid swing.
Oh shit.
And he goes, "Fuck that!" He like high sped everything. I don't think he even finished it properly. Not even threw the. I don't think he threw the trash away. He fucking dipped. He was out. So then 2 weeks later we go and that happens. We're like, what the fuck? We go back home and then my dad says to my mom, "See, he was there. He saw it." And I said, "Yeah, that. There's no way that swing could have just done that.
Mm.
There's no way that happened. That could have happened without somebody propelling it." And so a couple of weeks go by again, and so now this is where that story takes a turn. The owners, very rarely did we see them. My dad did mostly see them,
Mhm.
but they came home, and then he saw them with the little girl, and then he tells the wife, "Oh, she's grown up. How old is she now?" And she looks at him. She goes, "Oh, no, we adopted her." He goes, "What?" And then she tells him that the girl he's talking about was a different one. Two different complete girls, because I think she was like, I think she was younger too, and light skinned
Mm.
with, I think, blonde hair or like light brown hair. I don't remember.
Mm.
And then the girl that he saw was of a darker complexion, black hair, dark brown hair. Two complete different kids. And then she explains to him that no, they adopted her, but the little girl that he's thinking of, she passed away from, I think, a complication.
Oh shit.
And so then it set in, and he came home that day and he told me what the owner had said. And so he had peace, and I pieced it quickly, and I said, "Oh," he goes, "Yeah, we had an interaction with her deceased child." And I go, "Oh fuck."
What the fuck?
Yeah, he didn't say, "Oh, by the way, this happened." No. But the curious thing about this, though,
Mm.
again, I want to say a couple weeks later or a few weeks later, the swing set was gone.
Oh shit.
But our theory, because we never brought it up either. I mean, how are you going to bring that up to, you know, grieving parents or parents who they had a loved one pass away, especially a child?
Mm.
We never brought that up. But our theory is that they had seen something or had, yeah, seen activity happening around the house, and mostly centered around the swing set because she was an only child, and I believe she spent a lot of time on those swings too.
Mm.
Yeah, just it was a hell of a story, dude, and a hell of an experience.
No, I mean, I I would probably be like tripping out myself and just trying to wrap my head around like, yeah, like what? Like, so you're telling me that the and like the girl that you were with was not actually there, or wasn't like the one that I thought that was yours? Like what? See?
Hmm.
Um,
Yep.
yeah, hmm.
Well, it's the curious thing is that they were trying to get rid of the swing set, and
Mhm.
they even offered it to my dad, but he had no space uh in his side of the house or his home,
Mhm.
their home, because they wanted to get it for my nephew at the time. But because there was no space, my dad had some things in there that were strewn about. He didn't get it. But our
Mhm.
theory is that they had seen activity going on and they decided to get rid of the swing set because they might. I believe it was upsetting the child and it was concerning them.
Mhm.
which I mean, fair, but then we put one and one together. We're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I yeah, I honestly don't even know what to say dude, other than like what?
Yeah, it's that story is always something whenever I tell it.
No, definitely. Um, I yeah, it's like how do you even how do you explain that to somebody
Like, you know what? That
without
you're
people like thinking that like you're crazy or oh you're just imagining? It's like no, like that actually happened. Like what?
yeah, no. I mean, I wasn't really terrified, or I should say I wasn't terrified at all. To be completely honest, but it still is something that it traverses the boundaries of what you observe in the natural world, and it. How do you explain that? Like, no amount of science can prove that. Oh no, it's just biometric changes like Wings of Redemption says.
Change biometric pressure.
And
Yeah.
so, yeah, no, this is one of those things that you had to be there to understand, you know, that it's just mind-boggling.
Mhm.
There's no other way I can explain it, and uh, I've never had an experience like that since.
Mhm.
And I mean, like I said, I wasn't terrified or anything. I was more curious, but when I pieced it together with the facts that later came on, it's like, oh shit, that's pretty heavy.
Yeah. No. I mean, I yeah, I'd be on the same boat as well, dude. Because you there's really no like there's like real no logical way of uh, really explaining what you just saw, and then people could say, oh yeah, well maybe it's your mind just playing tricks on you and stuff, but it's like, how can you deny what you see with your own two eyes?
Yeah, no, and like I said, we ran through several exercises, trying to kind of well, it was mainly trying to comfort my dad because he was terrified
Hmm.
of it happening again, and I was more morbidly curious, but
Hmm.
nothing that we did because you could only do so much, and none of that proved to have any real validity. He
Hmm.
couldn't play a prank on it because I would have seen it from my peripherals, or even the swing would have stopped moving.
Hmm.
You know, even if you wanted to play a good poker card, it would have just stopped moving. Okay, dude, you clearly grabbed it and very carefully let it go. Or if
Hmm.
you did it in a haste, it would be shaking, side to side slightly.
Yeah, or like you said, you would have seen something if, especially if he was doing it like really fast, because
Hmm.
things like that you manage to catch with your vision or with your peripheral vision real quick.
Hmm.
Whereas if he were to be doing something slow, you'd also be able to catch him, and you're just like, what are you doing, Dad?
Yeah.
So yeah, dude, I'm I
Mystified, I know.
yeah, no, definitely, because it's like I said before, there are some things that happen to us that even if you do your best to try to explain it with any sense of like logic or any form of reasoning, even then it's still very baffling.
Hmm. Yeah. Um, that's all. Yeah, I mean, that's all there really is to it.
Mm. But it
And
does leave you wondering, though, definitely.
no, oh no, no, most definitely too. But as far as my experiences, yeah, that was really about it.
Mm. Shit,
All right,
dude.
let's continue on with some more horror
Oh,
stories.
All right. Oh,
So, go
oh,
ahead.
go on. Uh, okay. So I know you said you wanted to look at this is off topic, but I know you said you wanted to look at tickets for our flight or for our trip. more around like
Mhm.
December and such.
Mhm.
I got a little curious and I was looking around right now. I'm not exactly sure what dates you said you wanted to go, but you said April during cherry blossom season.
Mhm.
Um, I did find some that are. So I put the date for the 16th of April to like the 15th of June.
Mhm.
And so it's from Ontario to Tokyo round trip, and it's for one adult economy unless you want to do two tickets and just buy both of them. Uh, from what I'm seeing right now, it's showing that one from Delta Airlines nonstop flight is going to be about 12 hours 25 minutes from LAX to Tokyo Haneda, and it's going to be around 816 bucks.
Oh Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, and these are
Cool.
the cheapest ones that I could find so far. But like I said, if you give me a proper estimate of dates, I could work a lot better with that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we'll talk about that one off stream.
mm,
But yeah, we'll start looking at it soon, very
yeah,
soon.
like I said,
Thank you,
I
Kevin.
was oh shit. Like I said, I was just kind of curious, and I wanted to see what we could what we could find.
Yeah. No, hell yeah. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, probably can't really afford it right now, but also I'm not really interested in flying first class. Like, nah, dude,
No,
fly.
no. I mean, I've always flown. Well, I don't think I've flown first class. I think I've flown economy. I don't
I've
really.
never flown.
You've never flown.
The only thing I've ever flown has been a kite.
Oh, well, I mean, in this instance, we're gonna be up in the air. So,
You know what? When in Rome, do like the Romans.
um, I mean, I could say that I've been on a couple flights myself throughout the years. Um, I'd say most of the time. I mean, I don't really know how to explain it to somebody who's never flown before, but for me, it's always been like you feel a bit of like turbulence in the beginning when they're gonna take off, but then after that, to me, it's always been like smooth sailing.
Hmm. Okay, so what you're telling me is to be in the bathroom while we take off, because it's gonna be was it a stool softener?
No, it's yeah, pretty much. Oh, check your messenger by the way.
Oh no! Oh my god! Yoshi's got a shroomy doomy.
Shroomy doomy.
Oh shit! Oh, Yoshi. Hold on. Where's that OnlyFans link to Yoshi's profile?
Like Yoshi, my man, you gotta put some disclaimer or something. You can't be giving the sauce out for free.
Oh my god. He's looking at you with the expression of, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a little friend in you.
Oh yeah, nice cock.
God damn, Yoshi, calm down. I thought I was the captain.
He's a full mast.
Set full math too hard. Set
No,
full.
okay, but what would your reaction be if you borrowed your friend's DS or whatever, and you're gonna be like, oh sweet, I'm gonna play some games, and bam, that's like the fucking back wallpaper or whatever.
Probably just look at him and go,
Oh well,
set
here
a
you
course
go.
for intercourse.
It's just like, oh, here you go. I don't want to play anymore.
This is not the smash I was looking for.
What are you two doing right now? We're talking about Yoshi's cock.
I mean, Yoshi was really proud of that.
I mean, I would be too, man. I'd be flaunting that shit too. But I'd be like, you know what? If you want to see it, it's gonna be a couple bucks.
Subscribe for only $15.99
You
per
got
month.
you gotta subscribe to me if you want to see some of this grade A beef.
USDA approved.
Oh shit! It's got the little stamp on the balls. Shit.
There's a little nutritional facts right there on the little stamp.
Oh.
84% lean meat.
That shit ain't lean, bro. Uh,
Oh shit.
well, I don't know if I could send you that picture, Anna. That's some context that I will not provide. I'm sorry.
Two.
Anna Banana's
Don't
wondering
send
what
it.
we're talking about, but I'm like,
Oh,
no,
Anna.
no.
We're talking about meat. I look at your screen, you're fucking crying.
I'm just thinking about that fucking face the spy makes where he's grinning. I'll bring the meat. Oh shit.
All right, that's how I recover from my story.
Yeah, from talking about ghosts to talking about dick. Yoshi, Yoshi's cock.
Oh,
God damn,
that's the
dude.
mushroom that they're eating right now. That's the mushroom they're getting.
I don't think that's a mushroom that Mario would enjoy.
I think that's a real green mushroom, the one up.
No. Mamma mia.
Oh my gosh.
Mario's like,
The breath haven't been banned.
something's poking me. Correct, madam. Oh shit.
Damn, we could at least say that Yoshi has quite a few long appendages. His tongue and, well, I mean the third leg too.
The third leg.
The baby arm hanging between his
No. That's the baby Yoshi.
It's not the tumor.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no. I'm not gonna scar you with that, Anna. I'm sorry. Like, I can't do that. I could scar Captain Kinky with it though. He's no problem.
Yeah, of course, I'm the captain. At this point, nothing will probably surprise me. Oh shit, something fell again, but it wasn't a ghost, it was me this time.
Oh. Oh man. Okay.
Alrighty.
That was a good break from all the scary stuff. Back at it again.
Oh shit. Back at it again. Let's see. Yeah, this one.
All right.
Okay, so let me move this screen too.
Oh.
So this one, there's two of them because they're actually pretty short.
Mhm.
One of them is actually pretty close to us.
Oh shit. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck.
All right, so and okay, yeah, it's gonna be there were bears and California back roads.
Oh damn, these are some back roads that I do not want to take me home. I mean, country roads. But you know, what was that movie called? Back Road Mountain, Brokeback Mountain, or whatever.
Brokeback Mountain. That's what I was thinking too.
Oh shit.
Fuck lemonade. Lemonade is good, fish.
Yeah, don't be dissing
Yeah.
on lemonade. I'm still
No,
telling you,
you
man.
gotta
Like,
add sugar.
no. We instead of adding sugar, we should add passion fruit. I'm
Oh
telling
yeah,
you,
yeah,
man. Make a
yeah,
passion fruit lemonade. That shit would.
yeah.
Oh man, that should be good as fuck.
You know what? Yeah. The captain approves. But yeah, add some passion fruit to your lemonade. Captain's orders.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right. Let's
Let's go.
continue this beach.
Let's go.
Neat. Pick up friend. Drive around all night on California back roads. Head into hills. Forest road. Never knew this was here. Path very curvy. Trees thicken. Slow down. Friend says I just saw a guy in the woods. It was probably just a weird looking tree. He turns off music. Looks intently out windows and windshield. What's up? I glimpse 3 people standing in the trees by the road. WTF. He says we've passed quite a few strange looking people in / near the trees, watching us pass. No campgrounds around, all pitch black. See another trio staring. Gun it. Take a different road home. This was somewhere between Temecula and Escondido. It was years ago so I can't remember the road.
Up the back roads.
Oh shit. No. The, See, that's another thing too. Is doing these kind of like exploration things is coming up to roads that you have either never like don't see on any well don't see them on the map regularly, or it's just like you know a strange fork in the road or something like that.
Yeah.
But I've just seen that, I'd be like, nope.
Just gun it all the way.
Yep. No, dude.
Um, you know, I mean, that one kind of reminds me of some of the roads leading out in Muscoy and Mentone, because those things are pretty much they're basically back roads, and they are around citrus farms essentially.
Mm,
And no, same. I mean, I traversed them at night once
mm.
or twice, and that's some that's some science shit right there. Just waiting to see a pale, emaciated leg just go back into the trees as I'm
Right.
driving by.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I wouldn't take that risk, especially if it's a place that I haven't ventured into yet. So,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm definitely not gonna be putting us at risk or anything like that. So,
Yeah, I mean, I'll still take my piece. So,
I
you know. Prepara el culo.
mean, I have a knife. I mean, a pretty big knife if you actually want to see it. I don't know if might get banned for this, but like I could show you a small glimpse of it. You know, here, like, let's see if I can show you. But it's as you can see, it's a
Mm. Are you sending it on?
on
Oh,
stream.
hold on. Let me enlarge your screen.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a pretty big blade. So
Yeah, no, I have a hunting blade too. So and I'll carry that with me too.
I was like,
To
that's not
fucking
a
show
knife.
off.
This is a knife.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Fuck your California um, legislative rules. I am not gonna get got just because, you know, my knife is bigger than your dick.
Wait, legislative rules? What do you mean?
Yeah, you know how you can't have a well, the size of the blade can't be more than 4 inches, I think.
I thought it was big. I thought it was. It's so long as not as it's not bigger than the palm of your hand. Now
But
I'm a little confused
mhm.
because I'm like from this angle from here to like the bottom to where your thumb is, or like this. Because if it's like this, that might be able to actually pass. but at the same time.
I guess like you said, it's all about the angle. Alrighty. But yeah, well, I mean, I'm down to add that onto it. We're obviously gonna have protection and
No, definitely,
you
man.
know, not only from not only offensive but defensive too. You know, shit, I'll just carry a pack of Trojans with me and just slap them onto them. You're a bitch. Have some complimentary helmets.
What?
Oh shit.
What's cinnamon rolls? Oh wait,
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
don't know.
That's your
Cinnamon
chat.
rolls.
My bad.
Cinnamon rolls.
Uh,
Oh, cinnamon rolls. Sure. Alright. You know what? I'll just keep my comments to myself about the cinnamon rolls. I'm thinking of the sticky cinnamon roll.
oh shit! You mean that one that one drive-through worker gave to?
Yeah, I don't. I would have said, you know what? I think I'm good. I don't have a sweet tooth.
It's like
With the freezer.
my homeboy. That ain't that ain't sugar. That's something else. Oh
All right,
man.
so they were bears. Get ready
Okay.
for this one. It's a very logical um, reaction.
All right. Let's go.
Be a teen. Be camping in the woods with 2 friends. 2 tents, 3 guys. Set up rotations so each guy gets 1 night of privacy. Night 2, Dave has privacy, Sean and I are in second tent. Sean fell asleep a while ago. Can't sleep. But laying there with eyes closed, trying. Hear heavy ass breathing. Little later, breathing continues. Scratching starts by the tent. Open eyes. Sean is awake, crouched and tense, starting at screen tent window over my head. Open my mouth to speak. Sean signals me for silence. Turn head. See tent start to bulge inward as it's prodded from outside. Heavy breathing this whole time, neither me nor Sean. Phone vibrates. Heavy breathing pauses. Incoming call, Dave. Decline call, set to full silent, text Dave, what the F dude, not funny. Breathing starts again. Reply, tell Sean to stop breathing outside my tent. Can't sleep. Sean's still right by me. Nope.jpg. Reply, he's right here, man. Hear from direction of other tent, bullshit. Tent effing explodes into activity as breathing thing effing tackles it. Hear angry shouts from Dave's tent, other noises that don't sound like anything I've heard, animal or human. Tangled in tent wreckage like dumbass. Pull self out part way, see Sean running into the woods with his knife in his hand. See Dave struggling with something. Untangle, run to help Dave. Black, vaguely humanoid shape wallops Dave and he goes limp. Battle cry, read, girl scream, at thing. Thing looks at me with eyes the size of my freaking spread hands. Thing bolts on all 4s. Check on Dave. Out cold, but breathing. Drag him over to fire. Get fire nice and big. Wait, worried for Sean. No idea how much time passes, phone's out in the dark with the tent wreckage and I don't do watches. Sean eventually comes back. Left arm covered in blood, knife gone. Holy shit. Are you okay? Yet. What the hell were those things? Bears. The hell they were. Sean glares bloody effing murder at me. They were. Goddamn. Bears. Quiet. Clean Sean's arm with some water. Injury was too small for so much blood. Dave wakes. Go home as soon as we have enough light to reach the truck. Never been camping since.
They were bears, all right.
Fucking hell, dude. Oh man. I mean that's also another fear of mine. But from what I've heard, uh, never leave like food out or have food inside of your tent or anything like that. Which of course I'm not gonna do, but still. Um, yeah, those camping stories kind of get to me as well, but it's very unnerving.
Um, yeah, it's all fun and games until you have a prowler coming to your tent,
Mhm.
and then that's when you get off. You get out the M40 light machine gun, aim it right, aim the barrel right in that direction.
M4. I don't know why I thought you said MP40. I was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is gonna bring out a weapon from fucking World War II?
Right? Hey, you know what? If it works, it works.
True. Still.
Bring out a Thompson.
Oh
Just spray and pray. Just spray and pray.
God. Yeah, no,
All right, balls in your court. Let's see. Go ahead. Sorry.
oh shit, my turn?
You
Um,
have more?
yeah. Well, I thought you were gonna do another one. Um,
Oh, I have a few videos that you're probably gonna appreciate.
for sure. Yeah, I got one for you. Let's see. All right, so this one isn't too long, but there, I got one for you.
In Ontario,
Nope, sorry. It's from this guy again.
Look at my.
in Ontario, Canada, 1992, the bodies of an elderly couple were found in the trunk of their car
Look
What
at
happened?
my
parked in the
notes.
driveway of their house. The victims were
Wait,
Ian
what?
You got the wrong window up.
I got the wrong one up?
Yep.
Oh shit, which one is it? Which one was it? Was it the Discord one or what?
Yep.
Oh, my
No,
bad.
you had my stream up. There you go. There you go. That's the right one.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, yeah, good. All right. Roll it.
All right.
and Nancy Blackburn. The couple's bodies were discovered after friends and family grew worried about their lack of contact and asked a nearby family member to check their home. It was discovered that Ian Blackburn's car was at their summer house, while Nancy Blackburn's car was still at their main home. After spotting a bloody cloth of some sort in the back of Nancy's car, their relative proceeded to check the trunk, where he found Ian and Nancy slain. After police started their investigation, it was theorized that Mr. Blackburn had been driving to the couple's summer house, where he was attacked upon entering the home. After taking a vicious beating, Mr. Blackburn was coerced by his attacker to call his wife Nancy and ask her to come to the summer home as well. When Nancy Blackburn entered the house, she was immediately assaulted and tied up. Police were sure the attacker's intent was to rape Mrs. Blackburn. Nancy's cause of death was from ligature strangulation, and the attack may have possibly taken place in the presence of her husband, who was also tied up at the time. The body of Nancy Blackburn was then thrown into the trunk of her car, and the attacker forced Mr. Blackburn to drive to their main home with his wife dead in the back. Shortly after arriving at their home, Ian Blackburn was killed by asphyxiation, and his body was thrown next to his wife's in the trunk of her car. Police had no leads at first, until they found some odd garbage that had been thrown away in some ditches near the site of the murder. Along with food and a section of newspaper that was missing from the Blackburns' house, the garbage contained human feces and large bottles of urine. They also discovered a collection of military writings organized into a list. Similar items had been found in nearby cottages that had been broken into. The suspect was thought to be a squatter who used empty cottages while their owners were away. The intruder had been dubbed the House Hermit by investigators on the case. On one occasion, the owners of a summer cottage that the hermit had broken into came to check on the place while the squatter was still there. The intruder then held the couple that owned the home at gunpoint and ordered ordered the husband to drive them to their main home in Toronto. Once they arrived on a busy street in the city, the husband took his chance and refused to drive their kidnapper any further. The unknown man fled from the car and disappeared into a crowd of people. The incident led to a description and fingerprint evidence of the hermit. When police released some of their best evidence to the media, including the military writings, they got a response from a woman who said she had previously worked with a man that used the same strange writing style. The man was David Alexander Snow, a man known for his unkempt appearance and his vast knowledge of antiques. After comparing Snow's fingerprints with the fingerprints found in the cottages, they got a match and confirmed that David Snow was indeed the house hermit. When police searched Snow's bungalow, they found an enormous amount of pornography that had been cut from magazines and pasted into albums under different categories of body parts. They also found boxes of military-related books and evidence that Snow had been staying in the attic of his home like a squatter. As investigators were going through the photos found in David Snow's house, they came across a picture of a barn that they recognized from the Blackburn Summer property. This led police to believe that David Snow knew who the Blackburns were before he killed them. On June 29, 1992, a 26-year-old woman was working alone at a clothing store she managed in Vancouver. Throughout the day, a strange man kept entering and leaving the store, saying he was looking for a gift for his wife. The woman said she could tell when the man entered the store because of how bad he smelled. Right after the woman had closed the shop for the day, the man knocked at the door and told the woman he had finally made up his mind on what to buy. After entering the store, the man pulled out a gun and forced the young woman into a back room where he ordered her to strip and began sexually assaulting her. During the heinous act, the attacker heard a noise at the front of the store and went to investigate. As the man exited the room, the young woman saw her chance to escape and fled out the back entrance, naked and handcuffed into an alleyway. The case was treated as an isolated incident and not linked to David Snow at the time. On July 3rd, just 5 days after the attack on the manager of the clothing store, a young woman was working alone at a photo shop in Vancouver when a man entered near closing time and pulled out a gun. The man held her at gunpoint and marched her down a busy street in broad daylight. In rush hour traffic, they walked almost a mile's distance crossing the Second Narrows Bridge. This means thousands of people saw the young Photoshop worker being abducted and didn't realize what they were seeing. This also means that the young woman was too afraid to call for help or thought that escape was impossible. After crossing the bridge, the woman was taken another 5 miles into a wooded area where Snow had set up a small camp. Once there, the young shop worker was tied, gagged, and sexually assaulted in every way imaginable around 3 to 4 times a day. All of this took place only 75 yards away from one of the busiest roads in Vancouver. 8 days after abducting his first victim, David Snow set out to find another woman to be his sex slave. On July 11th, a 19-year-old girl was working with her boss at a video store in northern Vancouver when a disheveled David Snow walked in with a gun. After robbing the store, he tied up the manager and took the 19-year-old girl hostage. The girl was taken to her car and forced to drive to Snow's makeshift campsite. Upon arriving at the camp, Snow decided to move the women to a different location. After the 19-year-old girl's abduction, police were on the lookout and spotted her missing car on the side of the road near Mount Seymour. They investigated the car and found no one there. That's when the officers heard the screams of a woman coming from the nearby forested area. Not long after heading in the direction of the screams, the officers discovered the 19-year-old girl that had been recently abducted from the video store. She was fully clothed and tied to a tree. They soon heard the screams of another female coming from a nearby area. One of the officers stayed to help the 19-year-old, while the other went after David Snow and the second woman. The officers soon found the woman tied to a tree, but David Snow was nowhere in sight. The woman who worked at the photo shop was unresponsive and appeared emotionless the entire time the officers spoke to her. As the young victims were being sent to the hospital, a massive manhunt for David Snow began in the area. At 3:30 in the morning on July 12, 1992, David Snow came across a woman that was closing a restaurant and took her hostage at gunpoint. When he entered the building, Snow triggered a silent alarm, and the security alarm company promptly called to check on the situation. Snow had his hostage lie and say that everything was alright, but the woman was not responding correctly to the questions asked by the alarm company, so they grew suspicious and called police. As a patrol car made its way to the location, David Snow took the woman to the back of the restaurant and began to viciously beat and sexually assault her. Snow then took a wire from a hanging gardening pot and began to strangle the woman with it while she had a plastic bag over her head. The woman was very near death when the officers answering the alarm call arrived on scene. After splitting up, one of the officers discovered David Snow over the motionless body of the restaurant worker, still in the act of strangling her. The officer called out a warning, and after a short chase on foot, the killer and rapist known as the House Hermit had finally been captured by authorities. On July 18th, 1997, David Snow was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without chance of parole.
Thoughts?
Um, just life?
What?
Just a life sentence? I mean, no, feed him to the bears.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Damn. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any comments. I mean, god damn, this guy. This was this particular case. At least to me, because I mean, this guy was just really out and about. Most people have, or most documented cases, they have somewhere they typically go to or have an integrated life in society. But this guy was just running wild, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
And I'm going to Canada too next month.
Oh shit. Oh yeah, you're going next month, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Damn.
Be very careful, man.
Yeah. Don't worry. If anything happens, I got a surprise for him. Captain Kink is coming.
No.
Alrighty. So do you want to show another one? The one that I have is about 22 minutes long.
That's really strange. I hear a crow cawing out of nowhere. Huh. Yeah, I mean, if you want to watch that one, we can. There's also this one, 4 hours of Japanese horror, urban legends, and mysteries.
Oh, dude, we gotta do that one as a marathon.
Right? Oh, you said you work today, right?
No?
Oh, you're off today? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
shh.
tomorrow.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh.
I mean, we could watch a little bit of it because I am genuinely curious as to as to some of it. So we could watch a little bit of it and then put it on pause and watch it later.
Yeah.
All right. I am back to you.
Oh, to the righty. Let's see. So this one's gonna be another 4chan story.
Oh shit. All right. Damn.
Let's see. So this one, actually, I was following a lot of the comments and whatnot from the original poster.
Mhm.
We'll read some of it. Again, take it with a grain of salt. But
Yeah.
what I do find intriguing is that there's no direct categorizing of what's going on. It's more so like just observational. And a lot of it, at least to me, it seems pretty legit that this person was present and these things did or may have happened.
Mhm.
But you be the judge of it. All right, so this is outbreak at Iraqi prison.
Oh shit.
And this one of my favorite ones that I actually like listen to perpetually because at least I could feel like I could imagine the action and what's going on.
Mhm. Okay.
Alrighty. Let's roll it.
Let's go.
I will have to mute it at one point because I don't want to get strict down by my big brother Twitch.
Why? What?
It's just one little word.
What's the word?
Don't worry. It's gonna be like a quick second.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I worked a prison in a remote area in southern Iraq miles from Kaiser. At the time I was there, it detained 30k prisoners and an additional 3k that no one except people working there knew about. They'd put us in blacked out window commercial buses and drive us an hour away for days at a time to guard the facilities. We were never allowed to speak with anyone on the main prison fob and forbidden to tell anyone about it. We referred to it only as Jurassic Park, one of the black prisons run by contractor medical personnel. The facility itself was a facade of mud/brick buildings resembling a small village. The place was complete with villagers, us, dressed up in man dresses and a small area for goats on the outskirts. From a distance it looked legit, but up close
Also,
you could
thank you
see
for
the
the follow,
bulges from our
Fish.
combat gear underneath the clothing. All of us there were picked for our darker complexion and allowed to grow facial hair. You also had to be military police with TS and PRP or Yankee White clearance. I couldn't see Kaiser from the facility, so I have no idea where we were, just that we were in the middle of nowhere. We had to park the gun trucks and buses away from the area and use netting to cover them. The trucks were manned by a PMC, so they looked like civilian vehicles beside being armored variations of normal vehicles. Usually a small fire team would be tasked with security and a TERP. The rest of us had to put the clothing on and start a small patrol to relieve the other guards. In late 2007 we were woken up early and were called to go to the facility 3 days earlier than our normal rotation. We bitched, got ready and headed out to get in the buses. This time around we arrived to a lot full of newer up-armored Humvees, told to STFU and get in. There were already drivers in each truck and off we went. The drivers drove in a tight group, which is unusual for convoy ops. They also didn't talk to us the entire ride. It's pitch black out and all you can see is blackness, but this is the first time we were allowed to see where we were going because the Humvee windows weren't blacked out like the buses. I'm trying to orient myself but can't see much beside the little red lights of the vehicle in front of mine. The windows are thick armored glass, so it's impossible to see anything in the nighttime desert with no illumination beside the convoys. We drive for a little over an hour and you can see a faint glow in the distance. We start to get closer and it's the facility that's on fire. The lieutenant comes over our comms and relays that anyone not wearing American DCU pattern MOP 4 is to be eliminated via deadly force. None of us are wearing MOP gear. The driver stopped the vehicles and we're told to dismount and rally around a group of LMTVs that are waiting for us. They start calling out SSI numbers and handing out mopping gear that is already our sizes. My WTF is going off hard. NCOs come around and tell us to gear up. We start putting our MOP gear and are abruptly told to stop and strip back down to our regular uniforms and take out our military ID cards, driver license, and any other form of photo identification on our person or gear. Little teams of PMC, private military contractor E, Blackwater etc., start collecting and searching us. One guy would cut away our name tape, military branch tape and unit patches. Once they finished, another team of them would come by and try to find anything the first one missed. Lastly, our NCOs did the same thing to see if the first two missed anything. Officers start rallying up our NCOs for the operations order, tells them what the plan is, and the rest of us are told to rally back up around another set of LMTVs, armored supply trucks like a new Reduce and a half, and start unloading boxes filled with ammo, magazines, and newer NVGs than the ones we already had in our gear. These ones had a rail system that attached in behind our optics so we could wear a gas mask and still shoot and see in the dark. We're told to load as many magazines as possible and put the spares in our 3-day assault packs, fancy military for backpack. We already carried a basic load of 210 rounds and M9 pistols with 45 rounds in our ammo pouches on our Revas, individual body armor. We're taken over to another area to zero our weapons at a makeshift little range made of Hesco blast barriers. With my NVGs I can see that there is a security perimeter around us made up of PMCs. We shoot, zero, then rally back up to hear what the plan is. We are to provide personal security for a team of contractors and are to follow any and all direction from contractors unless it's basic combat tactical decisions. We start forming up into squads 12 people, then break down into fire teams, about 4 people, and designate who will stay with the contractor, who will provide external security, and who will be clearing rooms. We then are briefed via rock drills, literally a fucking map made up of rocks and lines and dirt, for which squads will assault at what entry points or defend entry points. We're leaving in platoon size, about 5 squads, and the rest of our normal security detail will provide overwatch with heavy weapons/marksmen on the external perimeter once we start to systematically clear the village/underlying prison facility. After all that, a team of 3 contractors wearing those pressurized suits that push air outward when it rips join my fire team. I want to say they had DuPont logos on the suit itself, but I don't remember. We start to move toward our objective. The patrol there goes smoothly and we set up a perimeter and recon the area. Only a few buildings are still smoldering. The fire itself had gone out during all the BS of just gearing up. A majority of the village is intact. There are also bodies strewn about, but with the gas masks and only night vision it's hard to make out if they are insurgents or the guys we normally relieved wearing local clothing. There is a small IR beacon, infrared, flashing at the base of one of the larger buildings and wants our team to shift to cover/clear that building. Plans are adjusted and the assault begins. It is damn near impossible to move with all mop suit on. That combined with sweat pooling in my mask and low visibility is making something relatively complicated in itself even more difficult. Fire teams make progress to their respective areas. Our building is on the opposite side of the town, so it takes us a minute to get there. We bound and take positions, making it even more tedious as we move. I'm running to take up the next position and eat shit into the ground, landing on top of a body. The face is caved in and the gore gets all over my mask and suit. I notice he is armed with an M4, meaning he is American military, and there are shell casings and magazines strewn about his body. My guess is I lost footing when my foot hit the shell casings, and like marbles they made me slide and lose balance. The guy behind me bounds up and drags me up by my assault pack back up to my feet, and we continue. Small arms fire is going off sporadically but in controlled bursts, meaning that other teams are running into opposition but handling the situation. We arrive and stack up on our building and wait for the last team to get in place and set off 2 flashbangs to signal for all the building clearing teams to start. I'm covering my area of responsibility but can barely see shit with the sweat stinging my eyes and my inability to wipe it away because of the gas mask. The gunfire has quelled and the flashbangs echo throughout the village to signal the rest of us. I'm first and as lead man in my fire team. I'm having trouble seeing in the darkness and the fucking mask is making it worse. I swing my weapon up and clear my area of responsibility. The rest of the fire team follows. First room clear, so I stack back up on the next door and wait to feel the pad on my back to assault the next room. My eyes are stinging at this point and I really can't see shit. All I'm hoping is some prick doesn't get the drop on me and I get lit up. Feel the slap on my gear, shove open door. I swing right and see a silhouette in the corner. He first cowers away from the light coming from my surefire flashlight and rebounds. I can't see if he has a weapon or not, but he starts to run toward me. Reach to squeeze the trigger, but the rubber from my mop gloves is caught on the trigger guard. Something so simple and quickly taken care of becomes an action long enough to get me killed. 2 shots go off and my ears are ringing. The third man in saw the threat and neutralized it. We start to stack on the next door after securing the assailant with flexi cuffs. Contractor comes in and tells us to stand by. Walks over and starts fucking with the dead body.
Oh shit.
JPEG. Starts swabbing the mouth with tips and prodding the body with
I
other
see what you mean.
instruments. I can't really focus on what he is doing as I'm responsible not to get us killed if someone comes through the next door. The other 2 technicians come in and start consorting with the contractor. The head guy walks over to my fire team leader and tells us to stop clearing immediately and stand by. Contractor gets on his radio and starts relaying a message to his people. Sitting there waiting, letting whomever is waiting for us to get into position cause they know we're there now, and every minute wasted is a minute for them to prepare for our entry. I'm getting antsy thinking about it and want to keep moving but can't until I'm told. Contractor's radio goes back off and he mumbles something into it, then addresses my fire team leader. We are told that anyone inside the facility is to be considered hostile and don't try to identify weapons, just shoot. I'm okay, here come War Crimes Tribunal. MP4 contractor tells us to continue. Get to door, feel slap, rush in, room clear. This is the deepest into the building any of us has ever been. There is one last door with a keypad and badge reader. There is a dead guard in the corner with boils on his exposed skin/black blood pooled around him and his clothing soaked through his clothes. The contractor follows us in when we secure the body. He repeats the process again but doesn't call it in again. We wait in the room for a minute and wait for other fire teams to finish their way up to their respective entrances. Waiting. Then one of our guys asks the contractor if we're supposed to shoot other American personnel. What a dumb question, I think, but then this prick looks at us and says, yes. Anyone in this facility regardless of affiliation. What the fuck? I can't even believe I'm hearing this shit. Had it been our rotation instead of those guards, then the higher-ups would have just set us off too? With the downtime, I'm starting to connect the dots. Something biological was in this place and now they are worried it will get out. My heart starts to race, I have blood on me, I'm wearing a shitty mop ensemble from some lowest bidder government contractor probably had made in fucking Puerto Rico. I'm starting to shake a little bit, my gas mask is starting to pulse on my face from the deep breaths I'm taking. I'm starting to freak out. How well did my body check this fucking thing to make sure I'm sealed up right? I ask the contractor if I'm safe inside my mop gear, he responds yes nonchalantly. I yell at him that he has a fucking suit that looks it's out of the movie Outbreak and that's easy for him to say. My leader tells me to chill the fuck out. I proceed to chill the fuck out, sort of. Radio goes back off, other teams are ready. Contractor walks up to door and takes out restricted area badge, swipes it, then enters his pin. Door hisses loudly and retracts backwards with a hydraulic whir. Enter next room, sterile, one-way glass to my right, little corridor not really a room. Shove muzzle into one-way glass to break it in case someone is going to light me up from the other side. Muzzle makes contact and the solid glass doesn't even wobble, the shock hurts my wrist, continue towards end of corridor, another keypad. Contractor does his thing. We assault into a long hallway with rooms on either side. Fucking room clearing nightmare. Contractor assures us all these doors are secure and walks ahead of us to a specific door. I can hear movement and voices inside the rooms, realize they are where the detainees are kept in cells. Contractor talks to leader, contractor wants us to force the cell and extract the prisoner. We don't have any riot gear to do this, have to do it anyway. Stack up on door and he inputs a code to open it, door unlocks, rush in. My first step and I slip and am shoved forward by my teammates for the extraction, am knocked out briefly, wake up back outside cell. Am covered in blood and teammate is wiping blood off my face shield, contractor is hovering over me and asks me to check the seal on my mask to make sure it didn't tear. Seal is fine, doesn't even ask if I'm alright, walks away talks to sergeant. Look inside cell, covered in blood and vomit, detainee dead in the corner. Over here contractor address one of the techs, tells them to stay out of the cell and that he was hoping we'd find him here and wouldn't have to go to another block of the facility. Restart assault, and get to end of cell block. Another keypad, inputs code and we go in. The room is round with a guard shack in the center of the circle room, cells align the entire room with another keypad door at the end. Some of the cells are unsecure with doors open. Vomit, blood, shit line the walls and floor. Guard shack is one-way glass, can't see inside. Hear beeping from inside, American steps out. None of us have the balls to kill him. I recognize him, one of the guys I normally relieve but he is down here. He starts to babble, he doesn't recognize who we are behind the protective suits. Sees contractor shuts up immediately. Contractor is waiting for us to react, am waiting for us to react, no one reacts. I lower my muzzle and look to Sergeant for guidance, he just nods his head no. Contractor asks to speak with Sergeant and two other techs, take opportunity to ask guard what happened, tell him my name, he remembers me from doing changeover. Relays that 4 days ago 5 of those fuckers came up and told us there was a riot going on that the guards inside were being overwhelmed by. Said that we didn't need suits like them, that it was a precaution. They lied. We need to get out of here, man. Looking into his eyes, notice they are bloodshot, his skin is yellow, gums pale, and he keeps rubbing his stomach. One of my guys starts talking to him, he turns around to face him, the back of his pants are covered in black shit, as in fecal matter matting and hardening. He passes a long-winded gasp but doesn't even break stride talking to the other guy. Pauses, looks at the ceiling abruptly, snaps his head back forward and vomits all over the guy he was speaking with. He starts to talk again like nothing happened. Arguing starts to get louder behind me between contractor and sergeant. Start to step back a little bit. Shit pants guard starts telling vomit guard to take off his mask so he can see his face. Vomit guard is freaking out trying to clean his face shield while crouched on one knee. Shit pants starts stepping closer to his crouched body and reaching for his mask. What the fuck is he doing? Start yelling at him to back up and leave the other guard alone. Ignores me, throws up on guard again, still reaching for his mask, and they start to scuffle. Shit pants is screaming for him to take off his mask so he can see his face. I run up and hit shit pants with the butt of my weapon. He rolls off, gets to his knees and continues to shit and vomit himself, screaming at vomit guard to take off his mask. I start wrestling with shit pants and screaming for sergeant to grab flexi cuffs. Screams are muffled because of mask. I'm on top of his chest but he is still grabbing at my mask trying to rip it off. He is biting the rubber face shield and screaming at me in between. Start freaking out. Rubber Overboat kicks him in the temple, black blood starts coming from his ears, he starts struggling more but Sergeant saw us fighting and ran over, now he is flipping him over and gets the cuffs on him. He keeps squirming around, see the cuffs digging into his skin. Vomit guard runs up and we drag shit pants into an open cell and slide him in and shut the door. We and our gear are all covered in vomit, shit, and blood. Contractor says nothing to us but stares, we all nod in acknowledgement. Shit pants is still screaming, tumbling around in the cell. Contractor has all of us come to him and the techs, says bluntly, if you want to get out of here you need to listen to us. We have a ways to go and I want to stay alive. Then walk off to the next keypad door. Sergeant yells for us to stack up. Stack up, feel slap, assault room. 5 people mulling around in center and look surprised when we enter. I fire and so does everyone else. It's a security station, monitors, intercom system etc. secure bodies with flexi cuffs. Surgeon walks to camera monitor and consults me. Says we can bypass a lot of shit if contractor tells us where we are going. Agree, call over contractor, he agrees and looks over the monitors. Points to facility clinic and says we need to go there so they can do their job and we can all leave. Facility is much bigger than expected. Contractor tells us first rooms we passed are just holding areas for new prisoners to be sorted. Emergency exit map in security room, start to plan assault. Place is built like a giant square with several hallways connecting rooms all the way to the center that makes up the largest cell block and aid station. Run rock trails using miscellaneous office supplies. Get confident we know somewhat where we are going. Start to assault the facility again. Get lucky through most of it, but traces of running gun fights are evident throughout. Bloated corpses are in some of the security substations and we are out of flexi cuffs. Begin using sidearms to ensure they will not pose a threat. Get to a 3-tier block, decide that we will just assault through as quickly as possible to the other side and try not to avoid getting bogged down. Open door and start beeline. There is a security station in the center, running towards it to get past and get the fuck out of that place. Door swings open and prisoner with M4 steps out and starts firing at us. America steps out next and takes up a position of cover and starts firing. Hit prisoner standing out and open. Keep up suppressing fire on guard while my teammate runs down the opposite side to flank him. Tags guard, we all rush up to clear the security room. It's empty. Guard is still alive. Tells us they saw what we did to the other guard station and the prisoners and guards that are still alive are armed and waiting for us. Sergeant shoots him. There are only 4 of us that have a shaky understanding of the facility's layout. Makes me nervous. No time to talk, run across cell block to other door to next room. Continue through several more rooms. Careful at each substation but haven't run into anyone else. Make it to clinic, secure it then set up defensive position near entrance to protect contractors while they did whatever they were doing. They finish up and come out with a flexi-cuffed prisoner. I'm getting more anxiety over this situation. Now we have to tote around 4 people while fighting a force that knows the layout of the structure. Prisoner isn't wearing protective clothing but he doesn't look sick either. Start to understand why they need him. Begin assault through building. Have to cover new territory as it's the shortest point to one of the exits that is an entrance that leads to another facility where we can link up with a fire team from our original assault force on the surface. Start running through rooms trying to be cautious but trying to get the fuck out as quickly as possible. Run into what looks like an ambush. The 3 who set it up are barricaded behind random furniture and bodies litter the kill zone. Start running through the bodies trying to keep weapon level with barricades. Get to the point where I'm running on top of bodies. Reach barricade, all dead, still have weapons, looks like they succumbed to whatever everyone is sick with. Vomit, shit, black blood, something new with these guys, they look like their abdomens tore open from the pressure of the fluids inside of them. The organs are black, some of the fluid is a deep yellow. Keep running. Getting tired, getting complacent, overheating, dehydrating, nothing we can do but keep running. Surgeon is lagging behind us, we cover more ground and he stops and takes off his mask and throws up. I look at the contractor and he just nods his head. His skin is yellowing, aggressive looking boils on his cheeks, has that same deep red tint to his eyes. Pulls M9, kills himself before we can even say anything. No time, start running forward again hoping to make it to that door. We have 3 more rooms to cover. Contractor calls me back and tells me to stop. I know where this is going so I put the M4 on him and tell him I kill both of us before I let him waltz out without me and my guys. Tells me not to worry and says we need to deviate slightly to decontamination rooms. Too tired to care and he leads the way. Get to rooms and they spray the gore off the suits. Sitting, waiting, For remnants of the original prisoners and guard forced to kill me while I just stand there like an asshole while this thing sprays a bunch of shit on me. Nothing happens and we all rendezvous in what he called a clean room to wait on my other 3 guys to get done with their decon process. Start to put gear back on and not paying attention. Gunshots ring out in rapid succession. Contractor has killed the other 2 techs and has gun on me. Tells me he can get me out of here but I need to protect him when we get to the surface. Agree to it. He shuts off the decon and locks my guys inside to die. Has me put on one of the tech suits instead of my original gear. Takes me not to the door we fought to get to but to an elevator. Nothing seems real. Go on autopilot, and follow him. He knows the layout more than he let on in the beginning. Get to the elevator and he takes us back to the original mock-up village that hid all this shit. Rendezvous with my original security element hoping they don't recognize me through the face mask. Heli lands and takes us across border to Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait. I'm smuggled out of the country and back into the United States. Contractor kept his word and I've kept mine. If I gave you my real name it would say I died in a mortar attack in late 2007 in southern Iraq outside of Kaiser. He'll leave you with this, a clue, J. 3. 7. 6.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
I don't even know how I would even respond to any of that. What do you think it is? I think it might have been, a viral outbreak or something along the lines of that.
Let's check
'Cause
out
from
the
the-
comments. Because I actually read some of the comments. I've listened to this story consecutively, and then I got curious. I said, "Wait, let me check some of this stuff."
Mhm.
And so the actual poster, let me find them real quick. It's down here somewhere. There we go, right here. So,
Okay.
because they were asking right here, like this guy, I'm a DoD contractor. You bet your ass the government cuts corners on all of us all the time and says your product is good enough, but us programmers and engineers are never done.
Mhm.
And so this one is a follow up to it because I guess he was MIA for a bit,
Mhm.
and a couple channels did cover this story because it's very prominent.
Mhm.
So like this one, I wrote this in 2015. I was deployed in Tubuka in 07-08 and deployed twice after. I was in special operations. I was just in EDD K9 handler in the United States Air Force. I got to see cool stuff as a result of ILO missions. I was coming off extreme alcoholism and wrote this on my phone while lying in bed going through withdrawal. I should have been hospitalized for it in hindsight, but your boy is still alive. That's why there's a lot of simple errors. My autocorrect changed words while using swipe, and I wasn't all there. J376 is a play on my MWD's tattoo number. One of the numbers is incorrect, as I don't want someone to Google it and find out who I am.
Mhm.
There are articles online with this tattoo number in them, and my real name would be in them as well. I never knew this became popular until recently. I saw another comment. So many people had searched J376/virus. It changed the search algorithm. Thank you guys for the love. I used to write while deployed to pass time. I wrote another similar story while in Kyrgyzstan about Manas being overrun by zombies. I know it's cliche, but I love zombies and blah 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 blah. There really isn't any there really isn't a way to prove any of this. I
Mhm.
wrote this on the fly on x/x/ and didn't have it saved anywhere. That's it. I appreciate this. Anyway,
So then it was just fiction writing?
um, I don't, I don't know. I don't
Mm,
think so.
I mean, the ending to me kind
Because
of seems like, but then again, he is saying that he was deployed and he was deployed twice after and all this other stuff. So,
yeah, and like he said, I mean, there's really no way to prove any of this. I mean, it's not like you can carry a camera or get any pictures because you're gonna get that confiscated anyway, and you can only have
True.
you know military gear on you.
Mm.
So for all we know, it might have just had happened, but
Mm.
without any evidence, you just take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's kind of hard to sometimes just because, all this shit sounds like, it does sound like this stuff can happen, and most of this stuff does happen under, without the common people really knowing about it. But
Um,
it's,
yeah.
no, I mean, I could definitely see something like that happening, but my goodness. Hi, Anna, how are you doing? Welcome back.
Let's see. There was one that I read. Let's see.
Hold on, I'll be right back. You try to find that comment.
Yeah,
Give me one
go
second.
ahead. And go pee pee. Let's see if I can find this thing. Mhm. Oh, hi Anna. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Uh, I don't think it's this one. How am I? I'm good, Anna. Thank you for asking. How are you? How's your day going, by the way? Also, it's pretty cool having you on Blood Hunt with us because we're trying to normally make friends, but yeah, as you can see, most of them are pretty sweaty sweats, and we're like, "Fuck, dude, we're just trying to enjoy this. We're trying to vibe." You're good. I'm glad. What'd you do today? Let's see. Oh, just had dinner. Oh, what'd you eat? You're bored now? You know what? That's fair. Um, it'd be like that. Let's see. What is this? Checking notifications. What did you eat? I should probably eat something eventually. I mean, I ate breakfast, but I should probably make something for dinner. Anyway, just, my ears. All right, I'll show this one to Yuki when he comes back. You had a burger, dude. I have burgers here. That's actually uh, I probably maybe should cut back on. Well, it's not like I eat it every single day, but one of the things that I usually have stocked in my freezer are fat Angus patties. And god damn, do those burgers come out juicy and tasty. Yes, I do cook. Why, yes, I do. I kind of have to because I live alone. And I could order DoorDash or Grubhub, whatever. I'm sure they have it where you have it. like food delivery, but you know, it gets pricey after a while. UM UMD. Oh, is that right? Yeah. You know what? That's fair. Sometimes I get lazy, but I mean, I don't know. Me personally, I don't want to waste, or not waste. That's not the proper thought I'm having, but I don't want to spend so much on delivery and whatnot and takeout. Plus, I don't know. I like it as a good hobby, so yeah, I cook. Sometimes I fuck up, but you know what? It's the learning process. Like the last time I made ramen, I was doing the broth and stuff the first time. It was basically just brown water and tasteless noodles. I said, okay, this is horrible. But the pork was great. The pork chop was great. Second time, um, the noodles had flavor, the broth had flavor, but too much salt and too much ginger in the noodles. So it went from ew to oh. Now I just gotta find the sweet spot. You see, it's a process. If I had to cook after, I mean, yeah, I feel you. So when I would go to the university as well, hey, it's not just a pack of ramen. I was making it with unseasoned noodles, unseasoned broth. Yeah, gonna be fancier. That's how you fuck up ramen though, because you're not using the Maruchan instant ramen. But yeah, when I would go to the university, they actually had a pretty good like sandwich sub place, and I would get the buffalo chicken, buffalo ranch chicken, sub something. It was like it had like popcorn chicken, you know, chicken nuggets in there, and had the sauce. It was really good. I miss it. Miss that. Probably go back to get my masters. I know, num 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 num, dude. It was so good. It was like a 12-inch sub, and I just devoured that, and I'll still be hungry. Yeah, you know what? It's because food unites people. You know, maybe not drinks or boba, tea, but food is always a good topic to unite people, even if they are very picky or have very particular eating habits. It still unites people. But yeah, I mean, I had some pizza toast this morning and last night because fuck yeah, I'm an adult. No one can tell me how to live my life. By the way, and awesome that you're going to the university. I should go back and finish. I'm almost done, but COVID-19 and life just decided, you know what? How about you take a small break? You have a weird compliment for me? Do tell. I normally do not get compliments, so I will greatly appreciate that. You put thought into it. Ah, yeah, one more for Yukin, and we're gonna probably watch, what was it, the Japanese lore. Yeah, lore. Let's try to remember the name. Well, I couldn't find a comment, but yeah, it's still one of my favorite videos, the Iraqi prison. You know what? I've been streaming a lot more recently. uh, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. um, uh, I'm not laughing at you. Just don't know how to respond other than thank you. I really appreciate that. I've never been told that. Maybe once. Oh yeah, once. Yeah. Well, I took a break, but I am a university scholar. Yes, that is true. Fun fact. I am a scholar by day, Captain Kinky by night. uh, let's see. Take a guess. I'll give you a couple hints. I study a natural science. No, I can't give you any specifics because uh, my focus is a generalized study. So it's very easy to guess, actually. What the fuck did this guy just send me? I'll watch it right now. Someone sent me some random ass video, and I need it. Biology. No, I do not study biology. I have a peak interest in biology, but it's never been one of my scopes. If I give you any more hints, it's gonna be pretty much right then and there. It's and there's no fun in it. Nope, not chemistry. It's a very popular subject. Nope, not physics. So the general scope is a natural science, but there's a subsection.
I'm back. Sorry, it took a little bit long there. Dad just got home.
Oh, no worries. Anna's trying to guess what my field of study is.
Oh, for sure.
Come on, don't give up. No, not earth science.
Yes, he likes to study rocks.
Right? I like to study the rings around the quarry to see how old it is. I use carbon dating. You give up? Nah, come on, Anna. You can't give up that easily. What, Yuki? What kind of clue can I give her that will point to it without it being blatantly obvious?
I mean, there isn't really that much of a clue that you can give without just, well, like you said, stating the obvious,
Yeah,
especially when
right.
it comes to that certain study.
Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, no, because even if I was gonna give a clue, but that's gonna give it up very
Yeah.
quickly. Archaeology. No, 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 no. But you're heading in the right direction.
Yep, you're going back to monkey.
I mean, you're not wrong. I always try singing the song, but another one comes out. I'm gonna cry. Okay, I'll give you a hint. You're gonna cry. Why you're gonna cry? This area of study deals with something similar. That's a huge Far Cry clue right there.
I mean, you said Far Cry, and I was just gonna make that quote, but that would have already told you too much.
Anthropology. No, you're getting warmer though. You're getting extremely warm. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
He's studying to become a fruitarian. No.
A fruitarian. There you go. You got it right.
Hey.
Hey. Which yeah, I should finish my bachelor soon enough. I'm like right at the ass crack, but fucking COVID hit.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, we're gonna talk about that off stream because I'm curious, Anna. Hey, she's studying the same thing I'm studying.
Yeah, psychology.
Hmm.
Oh,
You know, sometimes I think, dude, basic science. And
What?
I said natural science, not basic sciences.
Oh.
Sometimes I think to myself, it would have been cool to be a psychiatrist, but yeah. 'Cause I have a
I
knack
mean,
for that stuff.
yeah, and honestly, it just really depends on what you're passionate about. About. I was actually thinking about going back and
The monkey?
yes, but going back and taking up game development and some bit of music theory.
Yeah, dude, take it.
Because I was doing cybersecurity, but I kind of got. I mean, I wasn't taking it at the college. I was kind of like
Oh,
doing it on online, but
oh, okay,
I
okay.
kind of got bored of it halfway, to be honest.
Yeah, I can't do online extensively. And Anna says to start taking psychology too, so you don't feel left out.
What? No, fuck no.
It's dude, I mean, okay. Oh, Anna, I think you'll like these stories too. But I ran into so many people in my tenure as a scholar in the university with very peculiar people in the field or prospecting in the field in the undergraduate level. Like I remember this this one girl, and I can tell right away that okay, this chick is probably like a liberal. My voice keeps cutting out. Oh, let me lean in a little bit so you can hear the sultry sound of my voice. But no, I remember there was this one um, student, and she I went. Actually, ironically, it was psychology. I want to say 310. It was that normal psychology. I gotta brush up on it what it was, but anyway. So I think it was like the second week. She sits next to me, and class not it hasn't started, so I'm just chilling there. I am not in grad school yet. I am an undergraduate student. Um, and so I was that yeah, she just starts talking. She said, I don't know, something told me that I should sit next to you and talk to you. I go, okay. Um, weird, but okay.
Did the universe align and tell you that?
Well, you're going down the right path. So, we start talking. How, what are your interests? And we're talking actually academics. So, what are your interests in psychology? What do you strive for? Blah, blah, blah.
Hmm.
Cool. Captain hates people being nice to him. Listen, I come from a place that nice people tend to really have, you know, very malicious intent and malicious, what was it,
Hidden
affirmations.
agendas.
Yeah. So, you gotta you gotta have your head on the swivel. So it's odd for me to take compliments, and I truly appreciate it. It's just, environment. So it's but it's like any other place. You grow up in a place where people are shady. You tend to be um, very defensive in a sense.
Tend to keep your guard up
Ah,
most than other people.
exactly. You're always wearing your Mjolnir armor,
Yes.
and so so yeah, this person we just start talking, and then she asked for my Instagram, my personal Instagram. I'm never complimenting you again. Then I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Uh, I mean, I appreciate it. I just don't know how to respond. I don't even know my own psychological profile on that.
You have luscious hair.
Um, I have shorter hair, but I'm growing it out.
It's luscious.
Oh yeah.
Accept it, bitch.
I'm accepting it. Keep going.
Oh.
Oh, I keep going. Oh, tell me with what? So yeah, we link up on Instagram and blah blah blah. We'll message each other. She'll sometimes message me that she's coming late to class if there's anything going on. Blah 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 blah. And so cool. Then some like about a couple of weeks later, we're waiting for class, and then she starts telling me that yeah, she's a spiritualist. Blah blah blah. I go, oh okay. And then she starts going on the whole rant about astrology
Oh boy.
and compatibility between astrological signs and blah blah blah. And I'm just looking at her like, cool, awesome. I have nothing to add to this conversation. Yeah, so this chick, she at some point, like I guess sometime later, I want to say maybe like 2 weeks. What's my sign? Uh, hmm. My sign is an arthropod of the stinging variety. There you go. That's a big. Those are two big clues. You could get it.
Wait,
And
Spider-Man? Oh no,
Spider-Man.
that's arachnid.
Yeah. Uh, Yeah, no, they're not arachnids. They're arthropods. I mean, yeah, no, spiders are also technically arthropods, right?
Well, I think they're both arthropods and arachnids.
They're bugs. They're just bugs.
I
And so,
mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
no, no, no. Yeah, I mean,
I was gonna
come on.
say it's like how when you tell people that cats are liquids and they don't believe
Yeah, I mean,
you.
yeah, you're right too.
But continue. Hi, Snowball.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, so this chick goes out with her friends and she um she gets drunk. You got it correct, Anna. First try. And so she messages me and she goes, "Oh, I'm out here drinking." I go, "Cool, you enjoy your day." I think I was just chilling at the house. And so then she starts drinking more, and then she starts getting a little comfortable with me through text. And I'm like, "Yeah, just relax, drink some water. Don't be with people you shouldn't be with." And then she starts making advances. So I'm just gonna bluntly tell her how she said it. She was just basically saying, "Yeah, I need to get dick down." And I'll go, yeah, I mean, it'd be like that, dude." And she goes, "Well, would you dick me down?" I was like, "I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm single, so why not?" And then she starts going on this whole other thing about, well, I mean, it's because our signs aren't compatible. And I go, what the fuck? I go, okay. I mean, you know what? That's fair. I didn't know how to respond. And so then she goes on another whole tangent of, well, I mean, uh, I only like guys with big dicks. Otherwise, I can't feel it. And I'm just kind of like, yeah, that's good to know your preference and the fact that astrologically astrologically speaking, you're building this whole personality schema around me without actually knowing my behaviors and or pathological profile. And so,
You should have been like, look,
uh,
my dick and your booty align, so there's that. We
I,
can go off of
you know,
that.
I was like, you know what, dude? Hey, you do you, I guess.
Like, look, there's
I
something
was
gonna
like,
be
how the
aligning, okay?
yeah. I was like, look, okay, you're Yuki. I was like, okay, you come to me in these times of need, and you need a little tico tico below the belt. But now you're telling me you don't need a tickle tickle. So what are we? And I was like, okay, just get some rest, whatever, dude. And so the next day, we didn't have class, and she just messages me. She goes, "Oh my God, I read the text from last night. I'm sorry." And I go, "Yeah, you were drunk, and you were being very honest with me." He goes, "Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, you're a great guy, but our signs just aren't compatible." I was like, "Shut the fuck up already with that." And so I remember it actually set me off because, like, whatever you're into and however you perceive the world, whatever your beliefs are, cool. But you hate drunk texters, and I hate drunk texters. You know what? When I when I tend to get drunk, I send memes.
This is
You
true.
get drunk memes. But yeah, it set me off because basically what she was doing, at least in my interpretation, was that she was formulating my whole personality over basically cosmic dust. And like I said, I respect people's views and whatnot, but come on, dude. I mean, you're telling me that I'm basically being an asshole, or I'm an asshole because light from 1,000 light years has barely shone on the Earth, not knowing that those essentially those dying stars may no longer be there. They're using this pseudoscience to basically uh, make an algorithm of who I am. Yeah, no. How about no?
She was trying to profile you based off of what the stars say.
Yeah, and I told her that. I said, and I said that too. I told her, you know what? You do you, dude. And we should stop talking shortly after. It's like, okay, astrology, cool. I'll learn about it, but I don't make it my entire personality to be judging people solely on what today's horoscope is about.
Which she definitely did because she was constantly bringing it up. You're just like, that's
Yeah,
nice, that's cool.
I mean, I've had that conversation with other people, but one in particular, she made it clear that she is interested in astrology, but it's not her only belief. I said, okay, you know what? I would like to learn too. Now that you brought it up like this, and not making it your entire way of life.
Mhm.
It's like online babysitting, drunk people. Yeah. What was her sign? Do you remember? Shit, I think her sign was. I think she said she was a Libra or a Capricorn. Because I think I made fun of it. I think it was a Capricorn because in my head I made fun of it when she drunk texted me, and I said, "Yeah, I can see you're a Capricorn because you're horny." But I don't remember actually. Not that into astrology, but I was Scorpios. Hey, guess what? Right here, baby. Oh yeah. I mean, you know, there was that one. Let's see. I remember one instance that actually set me off. It was during the finals of crap. Let's see. Developmental psychology for special needs children. I think that was the name of it. Psych 2, no, Psych 302. I don't remember. But I was taking my final and I actually had not really studied for it because I was working full time and my job was really basically it had me by the balls. And so I couldn't really study, and I knew I was going to fail that class, or at least I was really making the attempt to pass it, but more so understand the material. But I just so happened to look forward because I was stuck on a question, and I was thinking, "Fuck! I know the answer. I know what this is talking about, but I'm drawing a blank right now." I so happened to look forward, and then as I'm looking back down to my paper, I see the person in front of me, and they're during their exam. I can't see their paper because their body's in the way, but I see they're holding their phone under the desk, and I'm just like, you fucking bitch, you stupid bitch. And I mean, I'm not one to degrade women or any person unless they really deserve it, but this person was cheating to essentially pass a class, and my initial thought was, okay, you couldn't have studied for X, Y, and Z reason. You know what? I'm not gonna judge it because I didn't really study, but you could at least understand the fucking material instead of trying to take the easy way out. And that really set me off because, like, mental health and physical health are important to me as a general scope. And to have somebody, like, let's say that person went on to be a psychiatrist, I wouldn't be comfortable with it knowing, the path they take, because it's not like I would feel that they have the adequate tools and knowledge to be in that field, basically, um, essentially assisting somebody with their internal problems and their life cycle. So that really set me off. I hated developmental psychology. I like developmental psychology. I got
Could
a
you
C plus. Hey,
could you imagine if your psychologist just randomly pulls out their phone and tries to give you an accurate or what you think would be an accurate depiction of what it is that you'd be like going through?
they fucking pull out what was it, WebMD?
It's like, hold on. The symptoms you have told me, let me put him up on WebMD. He'll give me a quick answer.
This says I have prostate cancer. Let's see. Anna's got a story. A girl 3 rows away from me was begging me, whispering for me to help her cheat.
Oh shit.
Fuck that. I would have, dude. Okay. I would have stood up and just out loud said, "No, I'm not gonna help you cheat," and just made a whole big scene of it. Cause fuck that shit. Like, nah, nah, dude. I get that. Tuition. You pay tuition. You're trying to pass a class so you can get a degree. Yeah, but in these in terms of speaking of higher education, don't just focus on the fucking grades. C's get degrees, and I'm a huge advocate for that because I'm a C average student, but I make more effort and put more emphasis in actually learning and cohesively understanding the information, not just memorizing the fucking flashcards so I can get a good grade. That for me means jack shit if I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, how am I going to talk to somebody about cognitive dissonance if I don't even know the definition of the fucking term is? Let
Hmm.
alone, if I were to have a even higher education, a master's, a PhD, and shit, I don't know how to give a proper therapy, a proper analysis, or I can't even read the goddamn DSM-5.
You're like,
So
wait a minute, I know this one.
you're right, basically it.
Yeah, no, I
She
agree
was
with you there.
she was so far away from begging me, begging her. She had no excuse. Uni is free here. I don't know.
Damn, lucky.
Okay, you gotta DM me where you live so I can go get free education.
Right? I mean, here's
I
cost a
mean,
fucking arm and a leg, even with financial aid.
my tuition, to me at least, is relatively cheap. I don't know how much it is in other places, but I paid 3K for per semester, but for me, I don't know. I thought it was worth it in the long run.
Mm.
Oh well, I mean, up until the fact that I learned 3/4 of the way through my academic career that the career path I was taking didn't exist, and as a matter of fact, had not been in existence for about, I don't know, 6 years.
Mm.
And I'd been taking classes and paying for semesters for a degree that was non-existent anymore. Uh, we'll get our masters together for free. Hell yeah, let's do it. Um, I'll do it in behavioral psychology. But we'll talk about this, like what you study off stream. I think Yuki dead. No, he's not. This motherfucker ain't dead.
What? I'm here.
Oh. I was gonna show you this short real quick.
Yeah.
Reminder for you people out there ever attending, a rave, a show, any sort
This
of
one.
any public performances. Don't be an asshole. And I mean, Zero has a very valid point here.
Mm-hmm.
You're all gonna get thrown the fuck out. Stop acting like an asshole. You motherfucker right there. You stop acting like an asshole or you're leaving. Hey, fuckface with the mustache, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Don't be an asshole.
Yep.
Alrighty. I'm throwing the ball to you.
Oh shit. Okay. Let's see. What do I have for us? Let's see. I might have to think a little bit on this one, but I'm gonna just keep looking. We'll just just chatting for a little bit while I find
Okay.
something.
Let me put the music on my end.
Make sure it's DMCA free.
Oh, it is, dude. While I keep that one up. There we go. And yeah, there you go. It's royalty free, so suck it, Twitch.
Oh shit, there's disturbing last seen CCTV security footage of missing persons, but that's like 21 minutes long.
Oh, we could do that.
Hold on, I'll see if I can find something else real quick. But I'm gonna keep that one.
Yeah, for next time. I mean, sounds pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. So let's see, what can we talk about in the meantime? Well, I'm just scrolling through some stuff right now.
Let's see. Anna, do you have any topics of conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Oh, I know. Well, I just scrolled up on this video, but this is an interesting one that we could talk about. So, what do you think, or what is your, I'm pretty sure I can already tell what it's going to be, but what do you think about the psychology of quote unquote incels?
Incels?
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote incels. Be a little bit more specific. I'm the viewer. Why
Uh,
would I talk?
why? Because you can also bring up an interesting topic of discussion, and we could talk about it. Come on, Anna Banana.
Exactly. We are very much all incorporating of our audience as well.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, do you know what incels are?
Give me a definition because I know I've heard that thrown around in different
So,
contexts.
incels, I would say, are the people or are individuals that think extremely highly of themselves and use that in order to try to either gain notoriety from people
Mm-hmm.
or in a way use it as a form of trying to get with someone, I guess. Actually, you
Okay,
know what? Hold
okay.
on, hold on. We
Anna
could.
says that she wants to do her graduation study on incels.
Oh, like King
I mean,
Cobra.
I mean that would be a pretty good. No, actually, that would be a very good um thesis topic. Uh, he could describe it in the nicest way ever. He is very eloquent with his descriptions. Sometimes I just feel very much attracted to his erotic voice and his description of certain topics.
Oh. Well, you know, I could put this on for a little bit. It does actually. It's funny that you bring it up because not my voice, but yeah, we were talking about psychology, and
Um, so Anna says Cobra isn't an incel. Oh my god.
oh, you'd be surprised. I mean,
I mean, you know what? Let me pause this right here
that's like
and
saying that Wings of Redemption and Boogie are narcissists, but I mean, there's another interesting psychology right there is narcissism.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Where is it? Where is it? I know I just saw it here.
I don't know. I think
Yeah,
bipolarity,
you go.
narcissism, and
Zuko's the psychology of Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender. That's an hour long.
dude, yeah, no, you should mark it so we can watch it on the next one.
Yeah, I'll put it to my save for to later.
Anna says you are wrong about her
Oh,
her Pookie.
her Pookie. So yeah, here you go. From virgin to murderous incel.
Is it
It's
the
the
angry
case
virgin?
of well, it's the case the delusional case of Elliot Rodger.
I
Want to watch it?
think I know that one too. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Why the fuck does Automod ban the word Pookie? Fuck you, Automod. I swear to God.
It isn't banned for me, so
I
I'm safe.
know. I don't know why. I had to fix mine. Listen.
Oh, this one was crazy. Oh no, this is different. This
Oh, the
is
Nutty Putty.
similar to Nutty Putty. This is the Wildcat Cave incident.
Oh. Death by lice? What the fuck?
Mother Star's
Mother
daughter
Star's
Wall.
daughter?
Yeah, so
Holy shit.
so to give you guys a bit of a perspective of how the algorithm works, if you watch a certain video long enough, you go back to your homepage and that's all you're gonna get recommended is videos of the similar topic. So oh, here you go. A TikTok doctor's dangerous web of lies. Oh man. Okay, look. If you get your information from TikTok, then I have no hope for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do my own research. You actually got pretty good gold right now on your algorithm.
Right? There's a lot of
The
stuff here.
yeah, like we hit the fucking gold mine right now.
Yep. Oh, Ketty Cabin murders the scariest disappearance that's still a mystery. Oh, I think I know what this one is.
Damn. Damn.
You know what? Let's oh man, disturbing posts I found on social media. Oh dude. Look, see, these are all so good because I want to watch them all. Dyatlov
Oh,
Pass.
oh, the Dyatlov Pass, dude. Okay, we gotta you gotta mark him so we can save him if we don't do him today.
Well, there's one by Horror Stories that talks about the Dyatlov Pass better than I mean most of these other guys because, like I said, he just goes straight into it. He doesn't, you know, like go off of the main topic or give you like half an hour of stuff that you don't even want to listen to, and then go into what he's actually trying to talk about. But
Oh, I muted myself.
um, let's see. You know what? I might just do the oh God, 30,000 on World of Warcraft. Jesus. No,
Wow.
no, that's
Yep,
okay. Let's
you
see.
got it right. Hold on, let me move this.
Oh, cancel culture. gambling addicts.
Yeah, I'll do this later.
So let's see. Oh, here you go, urban exploring. Yeah, I might just put in the one for Elliot Rodger so you could watch a little bit of it, because it is genuine. It is pretty interesting.
Sounds good.
Also, I don't even know why it's recommending me this guy here, Joshua Wiseman. He makes videos saying, quote unquote, I made this but better, or I made this but using, but cheaper. And then it turns out that all of the stuff that he makes is like well over $50 or more. And I'm just like, all that for a burrito? Like, god damn, dude. Like, what the fuck kind of ingredients are you buying?
Right?
Okay, where is it? Here we go. Okay. You ready?
I'm ready, Freddy.
Oh shit. Let's go.
He was a young man so upset at his lack of companionship with women that he decided to kill them all instead. And although his day of retribution didn't quite go to plan, he would leave behind grieving families and a long digital trail of clues to his destruction. My name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. Today we're looking at the case of Elliot Rodger, who was also known as the Killer Virgin, King of the Incels, or as he liked to call himself, the Supreme Gentleman. It's been a long time that I've wanted to cover this case. In this video today, we'll be looking at Elliot's history, tying his video logs to his stories, and looking at what eventually led him down his darkest path. I do also have a small announcement to share with you all at the end of this video, but first, I have a story to tell. So without further ado, pull up a seat, grab a coffee and sit back. This is the case of Elliot Rodger. The story of Elliot Rodger first begins east of the Atlantic Ocean in London, England. Elliot was born on the 24th of July 1991. His father, Peter Rodger, was a British filmmaker and photographer, and his mother, Lee Chin, was a nurse who worked on film sets. It's through their encounters at work that the two first found love before conceiving Elliot 2 years later. His parents also had a daughter. Elliot's younger sister was called Georgia. When Elliot was the age of 5, the family moved to Los Angeles, California in 1996, and this was a move to strengthen his father's career in filmmaking. After settling into their new home, Elliot was enrolled into Topanga Elementary School. By all standards, he was a well-behaved kid, even making a few friends in his first year. His childhood seemingly bright and positive. But it was just after his 7th birthday that his first struggle in life appeared. His mother and father would unfortunately divorce, and this would lead both him and Georgia to split their time between the two on weekdays and weekends. Elliot was already described as a shy and quiet person. He was happy but didn't have much confidence, and he would always try to fit in with the cool kids. A sudden change in his home life though would propel his insecurities. 2 months after his 7th birthday, his father Peter would introduce Elliot to a new woman, and her name was Sumaya Akabun. She moved into Elliot's father's household shortly after, and before he knew it, Elliot realised that she was now his new stepmother. The two would argue often, and with Elliot not accepting any discipline from an outsider, this would be a recurring problem in the years to come. Elliot lived a relatively wealthy life growing up. He went on several holidays abroad, had access to general and mental health care, and pretty much got whatever he wanted. But despite the money and gadgets that Elliot owned, his friendship circle slowly dwindled into his teenage years, and he eventually found himself becoming the target of frequent bullying. He still had friends, but not many. The situation would grow more complicated at home too. At the age of 13, Elliot's father and stepmother had a son. Elliot's new stepbrother was called Jazz. In his mid-teens, he started a personal YouTube account called Elliot's Blog, which is where he often complained about his loneliness and reminisced about his childhood.
Elliot Rodger here. And here I am at Sarania Park. The most significant place of my childhood.
It was around this time that Elliot began his path of depression and loneliness. Unfortunately, the bullying at school didn't stop for Elliot either. even at one point the teasing resulting in Elliot having his head taped to the desk by fellow classmates. It was through negative encounters like this that caused Elliot to move from school to school quite often, and with that, he never made any friends locally. Elliot also started to see a psychiatrist at the age of 16. He was prescribed risperidone, an antipsychotic used to treat schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. He openly admitted in his blogs, though, that he refused to take this medication. After turning 18, Elliot became increasingly isolated. By now, he only had a handful of online friends. He often told his parents that he was unable to make friends in real life, and no girls ever seemed interested in talking to him. Elliot decided that he wanted to improve his life moving forward, and to do this he would try two things. The first one was to learn how to drive, thinking that this would impress women, and the second would be to try and dress better, therefore making him seem more approachable. He desperately wanted to fit into the world and make friends, so along with his new car, he changed his hairstyle and brought a bunch of new clothes. It was noted by his classmates, however, that although he did buy a new car and new clothes, he never actually tried to speak to anyone or make any friends. Instead, he would sit in his car on lunch breaks and expect others to make the first move. His evenings and weekends still continued to be spent alone at home as well. He would spend his time either playing World of Warcraft or Halo with his three friends James, Philip and Addison. And more or less, at the age of 18, Elliot recognised that he had spent most of his latter teenage years angry at the world. Upset that he didn't fit in with friendship groups, despite never trying to. And even more importantly to him, he started to become enraged that he had never slept with or even had a girlfriend for that matter. Elliot's perspective on other people had shifted to become more toxic too. He openly admitted in his journal that whenever he saw a couple together, holding hands or kissing, he would feel either intense sadness or rage. At one point, this resulted in Elliot throwing hot coffee over a couple that he saw kissing in a Starbucks car park. And while that action seemed hostile and completely out of order, it was only going to get worse. In the year of 2011, Elliot was 19, and on Saturday the 4th of June, he moved to Isla Vista, a community on the coast of Santa Barbara, California. He moved there to attend Santa Barbara City College, joining a private residence with two other men. It was almost instantaneous that Elliot's bitterness and loneliness extended into his new life though. Within a week he was frustrated with his housemates, and by the end of the month, they had moved out. The situation with Elliot's next pair of housemates though was even worse, and coupled with Elliot's racism, he would argue with the two daily, almost getting into physical fights on a couple occasions. The longing for a girlfriend continued too. He would often get so angry at seeing couples that it would become a normality for him to run back to his room, sulking and crying. His life continued to worsen in 2012 too. It was this year that he dropped out of all of his classes altogether, not being able to stand the sight of others falling in love. Elliot also spiraled into the trap of gambling with lottery tickets. He believed that getting rich by winning the lottery would give him all of the female attention that he desired, and so in the first week of February 2012, he spent over $100 on lottery tickets. Not surprisingly, he didn't win. The next week though, he felt more confident, and so he spent $500 on lottery tickets. No dice, but maybe third time's the charm. Week 3, he spent $700. This too though, ended in a loss. He had nothing to show for the $1,300 he spent gambling. And even worse, he didn't accept defeat. He felt like he deserved it, that he was cheated away from his money. Elliot dipped into one of the worst bouts of depression in his life shortly after this. As spring break flared up in Isla Vista, he spent most of his time in his room, refusing to try and socialise. Angry, sad and alone. And for the times that he did leave his house, he'd walk by himself, ranting to his video camera about his life.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. Right now I'm just taking a walk through the park in this really nice, secluded area. I'm just contemplating about my life and how unfair it's been lately. Ever since I started desiring girls, but they never desired me back. Life has been a living hell since then. Right now it's spring break. Everyone else my age is out having fun with their friends and their girlfriends. Here I am, taking lonely walks through a park.
In April 2012, Elliot's long-term childhood friend James also decided that enough was enough. He found Elliot too radical, too negative, and so, with that said and done, he called the friendship off. It was at this point that Elliot now considered himself entirely alone, friendless in this cold world. Late one September night, Elliot drank an entire bottle of wine, or at least he tried to. He ended up spilling an entire glass all over his laptop, completely destroying it. This meant that the next day he had to go to Best Buy to buy himself a brand new one. While he was there, he had to wait a few hours for the store to prepare his order, and so during that time, he walked across the road to a local firing range. This would be a turning moment for Elliot. He had previous thoughts of acting out the Day of Retribution, a time where Elliot would claim vengeance against women for denying him of his sex life. And it was here in this firing range, after he took his first few shots, that he asked himself,
"What am I doing here? How could things have led to this?"
While his internal question at first sounded hesitant, by the end of the day, he had made his mind up. He had come to the conclusion that humans are just brutal animals, and if he cannot thrive among them, he would have to destroy them all. In his manifesto after this day, he wrote,
"I didn't want things to turn out this way. I wanted a happy, healthy life of love and sex. But if I'm unable to have such a life, then I will have no choice but to exact revenge on the society that denied it to me."
Elliot purchased a Glock 34 automatic pistol in December that year, and again during the following spring break he purchased another firearm, a Sig Sauer P226. On the 20th of July 2013, Elliot attended a party where he again tried to interact with girls. He'd been working out in his bedroom for the previous 2 weeks, and he thought that this would increase his chances. But again it ended in him being ignored. In his drunk state, he sat on a 10-foot ledge where other members of the party were hanging out. This escalated into an argument, where he then tried to push girls off that very same ledge. He failed, and instead he was pushed off the ledge by other men who had intervened. This resulted in Elliot being beaten up, and eventually he would need surgery to repair his broken left leg. This, according to Elliot in his manifesto, is what actually made him start meticulously planning his Day of Retribution. But with a broken leg and some preparations to make, it would take some time. Fast forward, and it is now the early months of 2014. In those early months, which would be the final months before the planned attack, Elliot spent most of his days outside of his room. He went on hikes in the mountains of Montecito, took long strolls along the beach, wandered to the parks around Santa Barbara, and watched the sunset in many car parks as he contemplated his own existence.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm just sitting in my car right now, after watching that beautiful sunset descend beyond that hill up there. Enjoying a nice vanilla latte. I've been doing a lot of thinking about how sad and unfair my life has been, all because girls haven't been attracted to me. I've had to rot in bleak and sad loneliness. I mean, you give a chance to all these stupid, obnoxious guys that I see you walking with, but you don't give a chance to me. Why not? I'm such a magnificent guy. I'm beautiful. You can't deny that. I'm civilized, intelligent, sophisticated. I have a sense of style. And yet you girls don't see it. It's not fair. I deserve them more. I don't understand you girls. It's like your sexual attraction is flawed. It's perverted. This world, it's so twisted.
But anywhere he went, he would see couples together, and this outraged Elliot. During this time, he would record himself in and around his car. He would upload these videos to YouTube, but no one would pay attention to them.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm just sitting in my car right now, enjoying the view of the beach. And my view has been ruined by this sight right here. In front of me, sitting right there on that bench, is a young couple I was enjoying such a nice view until they came and sat down and started kissing. This is the reason why life isn't fair. Why can't I experience something like that? I have to show everyone why I hate the world. Because no girl would do this with me. I hate them. I hate them so much. It's not fair. Life is not fair.
Only 1 week had passed since that video had been uploaded to YouTube when police came knocking on Elliot's door. Someone had watched the video and they were suspicious that Elliot was unstable. They called a health agency, which in response called the police, and they in response went to him. Police interrogated Elliot outside of his bedroom door, questioning him on if he had any suicidal thoughts. He played the situation down though and said that he was doing just fine. It was a very close call, because if police did go into Elliot's bedroom, they not only would have found his pistols and a plethora of ammunition, but they would have also found his manifesto too. Unfortunately though, they never entered Elliot's bedroom. Elliot's radicalized thoughts were at this stage solidified, and the severity of his emotions were only getting worse.
Hey, Elliot Roger here. I'm up in the hills in Montecito right now. It's truly a beautiful day. But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time. And my problem is girls. I don't know why you girls are so repulsed by me. I dress nice. I'm sophisticated. I'm magnificent. I have a nice car, a BMW. I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman. Look at how fabulous I look. And yet, you girls, you never give me a chance. And that's just such an injustice because I'm so magnificent. I deserve girls much more than all those slobs I see at my college who are somehow able to walk around with beautiful girls. I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. But you girls don't see it. I should be the one with the girls. But you never give me a chance. It's such an injustice. I don't know why you girls hate me so much. I've always wished I could ask you this, and this is my way of asking you this. This is the only way I can ask you.
Elliot's plans for the Day of Retribution were complicated and violent. The day was actually spread across two. He planned to first drive to his father's house where he would kill his stepmother and his younger brother, Jazz. He was always frustrated with Samaya, and so for him it would be sweet revenge. And as for Jazz, he didn't want his younger brother surpassing him as a man, so he too had to go. He would only do this if his father was out of town for the week though. He didn't want to harm Peter. Next, he would drive back to Isla Vista with the family SUV, and take the lives of his housemates so he could use the apartment as a place to lure strangers in before beating and killing them. George Chen and Chang Yuan Hong were currently living with Roger in their shared school apartment. He would then on day 2 target the Alpha Phi sorority, a sorority he deemed as the most beautiful dorm on campus, filled with hot blonde girls. After he was done with them, he would then switch to his SUV and head over to Del Playa, before running over as many victims as possible, and then turning the gun on himself. Elliot Roger saw himself as a god, deserving of much more than he had on planet Earth. In the final pages of his manifesto, he wrote,
I am Elliot Roger, magnificent, glorious, supreme, eminent, divine. I am the closest thing there is to a living god. Humanity is a disgusting, depraved and evil species. It is my purpose to punish them all. I will purify the world of everything that is wrong with it. On the day of retribution, I will truly be a powerful god, punishing everyone I deem to be impure and depraved.
His preparations for the Day of Retribution wouldn't quite go to plan though. His plans for day one to execute his stepbrother and stepmother would require his father to be out of town, and while he originally did have plans to do so, that was cancelled last minute. The consequence to this is that Peter actually and unknowingly saved his wife's and his son's lives just by being home. As a result, Elliot ditched his plans for the SUV too. His BMW would have to do, but before he could execute the rest of his plans, he would have to make and upload one final video to YouTube.
Hi, Elliot Roger here. Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity. Against all of you. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. And it has been very torturous. It's not fair. You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy, and yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men. Instead of me, the supreme gentleman, I will punish all of you for it. You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one. The true alpha male. Yes. Well, now, I will be a god compared to you. You will all be animals. You denied me a happy life. And in turn, I will deny all of you life. It's only fair. I hate all of you. I've waited a long time for this. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve. Utter annihilation.
On the 23rd of May 2014, Elliot began his rampage. He started by stabbing his two housemates, George Chen and Cheng Yang Hong, to death. Their friend Wei Han Wang was visiting at the time, and he too was killed. The three men receiving 142 stab wounds between each other. At 9:17 PM, Elliot then uploaded his final video to YouTube, titling it Elliot Rogers' Retribution. 1 minute later, he then sent his 137-page manifesto to 34 people. This included both of his parents, other family members, his therapist, his former school teachers, and his childhood friends. His therapist contacted his mother within 5 minutes of the email being sent, and very quickly she reacted by calling his father Peter, and then the police. Both Peter and Li Chin raced from their homes in Los Angeles towards Isla Vista, but by then, it was too late. Elliot was already in motion. He headed to the Alpha Phi sorority with the intention of shooting everyone inside, but when his knocking on their front door went unanswered, he retreated back from the property towards the street. Instead, Elliot shot 3 Delta 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 sorority women who were nearby, killing Cooper and Veronica Weiss, and wounding Bianca de Kock. He then drove further into town to Pardal Road, before he proceeded on foot and fired several rounds into Isla Vista Deli Mart, killing a student named Christopher Michael Martinez. After killing Christopher, Elliot drove away and continued his rampage, shooting at several pedestrians and drive-by shootings, while striking others with his BMW. As he backed onto himself, Elliot got into a gunfight with 3 responding officers near Little Acorn Park. He suffered a gunshot wound to the left hip before speeding away. He was closely pursued as he fled. Still adamant to cause as much carnage as possible, he crashed into a cyclist. In his rage though, he crashed his BMW, and there was no way to flee. Elliot then fatally shot himself in the head, finally bringing an end to his rampage. Police officers would find Elliot Rogers dead behind his steering wheel only seconds later, and with the cyclist next to him, they would think that both at first were suspects. Both of them would be handcuffed, but a few minutes later, the cyclist would be cleared of any suspicion. Police would soon discover 3 bodies that night, and then another 3 the next morning. Christopher Martinez, a graduating student at UCSB, was pronounced dead in the Isla Vista deli. He was described as a really great kid that had a bright future ahead. Katie Cooper and Veronica Weiss were both killed outside Alpha Phi sorority house. Veronica was a sweet and friendly young woman who loved sports as much as she did her friends. Katie Cooper was known as an unforgettable smart girl. She was studying art history and archaeology. The following morning, police would find the bodies of Wei-Han Wang, Cheng Yuan Hong, and George Chen at 6598 Savile Road, No. 7. Wei-Han Wang was academically gifted in computer programming, and he was looking forward to visiting Yellowstone National Park for his 21st birthday. Cheng Yuan Hong was both smart and kind, known to be always willing to help people out. And George Chen too was sweet-natured, a volunteer at an elderly neighbours organisation when he wasn't seeing friends or tutoring other classmates. On the day after the spree, a candlelit memorial was held in honour of the victims. This was followed by a memorial service at UCSB's Harder Stadium, which held over 20,000 people in attendance. Elliot Rodgers' father Peter would then go on to state television to share with the world his anger, despair and confliction. He would then go on to admit that, sometimes, due to the pain Elliot caused, that he wished his son had never been born. Despite the widespread damnation to his actions, Elliot Rodger would soon become known as the King of the Incels, a portmanteau of involuntary celibate. Incels are an online subculture of people who define themselves as unable to find a romantic or sexual partner despite desiring one. It is there that Elliot found sympathy and forgiveness for his struggles to both romantically and socially find his place on this earth. But Elliot is better defined as a misogynist, a racist, and a narcissist. He had a strong prejudice against women, clearly spoke against Asian and black people, and described himself to be a god above the rest of mankind. But there were other factors at play here too. He was a man severely struggling with mental illness, something that he had been struggling with for a very long time. And he was also very lonely, not just seeking relationships but friendship too. With a split family and moving around so often, it's easy to see that both his chances to find companionship and overcome his mental obstacles were thwarted. It's thought-evoking to wonder if this massacre could have been avoided entirely if he had received the correct response in his earlier years. That does not diminish his actions though. What he did is unforgivable, but it does underpin the severe consequences in not addressing mental hardships early on in childhood. And the real tragedy here, the lives of 6 others lost, all who had no play or part to Elliot's suffering or rage. Elliot's 137-page manifesto is available online, by the way. It's kind of made this case pretty easy to research. I'll leave the link if you are interested in it below, but a word of warning, it's pretty exhausting to read. Thank you again for watching another case by Coffeehouse Crime, and as said, just a small announcement to make. I wanted to take a moment to thank you so much for supporting me and this channel. When I started Coffeehouse Crime back in January, I had no idea that just 4 months.
Alright, that was something.
So what are your thoughts?
Should go through his manifesto sometime. Yes, Anna, we will go through his manifesto.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'll buy it. Thoughts? Oh God, I mean, so in a way, I understand where he's coming from. His anger as to solitude and whatnot, but it still doesn't warrant his basically his overall outcome to handling the situation. I mean, like it was such a small scope, kind of like it's something. Okay, so sometimes I tell people, like, if they go on the rant of not finding somebody that loves them or something, or they can't find love, they're the hopeless romantic. Well, I mean, are you just thinking of this small scope of where you're living, like, maybe a couple blocks from your residency? Because the world is pretty big. There's 7 continents, and well over 4.6 billion people in the world, there's bound to be somebody for everybody
Hmm.
there, whether you want to search for it or whether you by some cosmic intervention you cross paths. I don't know. We have a lot of technology nowadays. We have dating apps, we have social networking apps. You can find people online. Sure, it can be scary because you never know who you're talking to on the other side of that
Right.
um, screen. But there are avenues, and so at least how I see it, um, he was just really going in the scope of what was around him and not realizing that, hey, you know what, maybe the world is bigger, maybe I'm not finding what I'm looking for here, but I could find it somewhere else, maybe take a travel somewhere,
Hmm.
and voila, he might have made a connection with somebody elsewhere.
Hmm.
um but it's the whole pragmatic thinking of, oh well, I mean, it's easier if it's, if I can find someone here because X, Y, and Z. There's no real incentive, or they don't put in the incentive to go and broaden their horizons. They just
Yeah.
kind of close themselves off in their own little world.
Mm.
Incels have high standards. I mean, uh, I gotta do a little bit more research. This is fairly new to me, so I will actually be researching this.
I
It
would have
still
said
won't
that
let me say
it
it.
it also didn't help the fact that he didn't really go out of his way to even try. He expected things to come to him, or he expected,
Hmm.
people to gravitate towards him. But
Hmm.
even, not talking about just friendships and, or, I mean, just relationships in general, but even friendships too, right? He didn't
Hmm.
really go out of his way to connect with people, to try to connect with people, to try to establish a connection that he could, you know, slowly build off and grow with.
Hmm.
I'd also say that would have that most definitely contributed to it as well.
Uh, Anna says to check out Q Stars videos on incels. All right, I will
Check
note
out
that
who?
one on mine. Q Stars, CUE stars. Oh,
Oh, Q
stars.
stars. I think I said
Yeah.
Keemstar. I was like, what? This one here, is pretty interesting too. There's this dude, Randy Stairs. There's also the I think his name was Mr. Anime. He was also a infamous uh, YouTuber and things like that.
Oh, yeah, I think I did hear about Mr. Anime.
Hmm.
I'm trying to just get the facts back, but yeah, I mean, so PSA, as we always do,
Hmm.
mental health. If you think you're the only one, you're not. But it's not to devaluate your feelings.
Hmm.
Don't be afraid to reach out, talk to someone. Yeah, it might take work to make the first step, but hey, someone's always willing to listen.
So long as you're taking the step in the right direction and trying to better yourself, then I'd say, you're on the right path. But
Yeah.
if you're constantly like, so the way I would put it would be like this, right? So if you're constantly complaining about stuff or about how things aren't going uh, right for you, yet you go and make the same mistake over and over and over and over again without realizing it, or just being oblivious to the mistakes that you make, then I mean, it's not going to help you out either. If you
Yeah.
can't, if you fail to see your own wrongdoings and the way that you go about with, uh, yeah, like pretty much the way that you go about with life.
Yeah.
But
I
it's
mean,
in a lot of ways it's a lot easier said than done because a lot of people tend to be really what's the word? Not delusional, but they tend to be uh, what's it called? What's the word for it? I'm trying to think. It's like you can have so many people telling you what you're doing wrong, but I guess it takes for them it would be like a catch-22 kind of thing. For them to finally understand, what's been going wrong or what they're doing that's causing this stuff to happen. Especially, like I said, if they're continuously making the same mistake over and over again.
Everything you guys are saying won't get through to them at all. They're way in too deep. Yep. But I mean, Anna's correct, and it's more so that we are speaking from a hindsight point of view, and we do understand that these things are much more complicated because it's very simple for us to think, oh, you know what, just talk to someone. You have more worth than you lead on to. You don't have to, resort to all these things. That's easy to say, but somebody that's in deep, such as Elliot, it's even the simple things that we can suggest, or any professional can suggest. It seems like a far cry because then there's all these integrated and feelings and thoughts of self-degradation, low self-esteem that just don't let the message go through. But I mean, it really depends on from person to person. Yeah, a lot of these cases they have a pathological schema from point A to point B. But if the person is not willing to help themselves or be open to help, then it just makes it more difficult. I'm not saying that it's their lost cause, but it just makes it that much more difficult. No, it is like a cliche thing to say, but it's very much true in almost all cases with mental health. If you're not willing to put in the work, you're not going to better yourself because at the end of the day, it's you who is seeking or wants to seek a better refinement of your person, of your mental health, your mental stability. It's not like we can give it to you, or give you some sort of special medicine, some voodoo that's gonna all of a sudden quote unquote cure you. It's a process because these are learned behaviors, or behavioral patterns that one develops over time. It's similar to how the way you walk. If somebody tells you, "Hey, you walk with your feet looking inwards, walk like this," it's not like you're gonna automatically just go whoop and your feet are gonna be straight. It's something you've developed over a quarter of time that takes it takes an amount a large amount of effort because it becomes integrated and automatic to what you do that you have to be consciously aware of it, almost like breathing manually. We breathe automatically. I don't think I could envision living when I have to think, oh fuck, I gotta take a breath. Now I gotta take a breath. It's just done automatically. Whereas if you were to do that, that would take an immense amount of work and essentially discipline to achieve that. Would it be healthy? I don't think so. But you know what? There are lost cause, Brown. Drown them all. Bring back lobotomies. I thought lobotomies were vasectomies. I was gonna but I mean, you know what? There's I would say lobotomize, like, I'm just gonna say it. I do have a warning on my stream at least. Rapists, uh, human traffickers, lobotomize those guys. But like incels, to each their own of how you perceive them, how they perceive the world. I can't really speak so much of it because it's more so interpretation. Whether they fall in that category, yeah. But at the same time, it's kind of like if you take a step back and, in a sense, essentially kind of look through the mirror and see your own perceptions. Now, I'm not attacking anybody or discrediting anybody, but it's more so like we're looking from the outside glass. And so, at least my approach.
You're not getting the full perspective of everything going on.
Yeah, because I mean, I've had some pretty gnarly thoughts. Not to this extent either. Hell no. I'll lobotomize incels. And it's gonna lobotomize Anna. kinky.
Well,
I'll
well, I mean, I guess you better put King Cobra on that list. Your
but-
little Pookie's gonna need one.
um, but yeah, I mean, I've had some pretty gnarly thoughts, like spending fucking 10 years or most of my life alone. I never had that kind of that not kind of, but I've never had that action of what all these females are attracted to me or blah blah blah. Not really, and I never really paid attention to it. Like when I told you how long I've been single in recent times, you were shocked, and for me, it was just a regular Tuesday because I just got used to it. And honestly, I mean, at least how I operate, I rewired myself to not be taken aback by it or let that get to me. Instead, formulate some sort of plan or goals for things that I wanted in my personal life. Like uh, when COVID hit and I started streaming, that was the plan I formulated, and that something that I was working towards, and eventually someone got to it. Or when I decided to ride motorcycles, these kind of things that I rewired myself every time. And it's not like it's not a catch-22 in this case. It's more so just how I operate. So what works for me may not or may work for somebody, but it's tailored to my own being. Whereas, like for example, Elliot, I mean, maybe, or maybe having just something simple as having somebody there that broke him out of his daily routine, and you know what, let's go here instead and check this out.
Or help him gain a different perspective on stuff. Like
Yeah.
uh like for instance, having somebody in a way, not, I don't mean this in a negative context, but having somebody challenge your thoughts or your beliefs. Why? Because uh it makes you think about things a different kind of way, right? So you're not always constantly thinking one certain way. You have a more open perspective on things, and you're just like, you know what? At first, I didn't understand it, but now that you put it into better context, I'm starting to understand this a lot more, and I could see where your perspective is coming from too.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yeah, Nana said you're right. Yep, and you are right too. It's it's similar to the thought of I mean it's a it's a two-way street here. How the popular trend, a few, I know, still kind of like the same thing, but a few years back with women saying, "Oh, men are the same. They are blah 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 blah." It's like,
Oh, the thing that's currently, well, not
yeah,
currently, but the thing that happens mostly here in the western part of the world.
yeah, and so I mean, when I remember I had that directed at me at some point, and I was and I made a sarcastic joke about it, and I said, "Well, I mean, I gotta breathe, I gotta eat, I gotta sleep. So in a sense, I'm kind of like other guys."
I got a shit.
Shit. But it's and then you turn that around, and then you like if you say all girls are just gold diggers or they just want this or shallow, it's the same argument, the same revolving door. It's like, no, dude, it's only because you've had the same experiences over and over again, because we're creatures of habit, and you're only focused on this small scope, and that's perfectly fine. You know what, whatever your preference is or whatever your style is, cool. But don't lump every single person you interact with the same, because just because you had three bad experiences doesn't mean that 4.6 billion other experiences are going to be the same. It's relatively impossible. You're going to meet people that are way on one spectrum, way on the other spectrum. You're going to meet tons of people that pull in uh, the same category on the chart, but not everybody is the same.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean that's well known. But when people get ingrained in that perception that you know I'll give you a quick example that I've heard many times, and it's just daunting. I date these kind of guys, and they're always treating me like this, but I still keep going to them. Okay, then break the fucking cycle.
Or
You know,
find some
I
way to
get
get out of it too. Yeah.
yeah. Look, I get like you find a give me somebody that's very coveted, someone that
LTG.
would be fuck that guy, someone else, someone that like would be considered highly attractive.
Oh, highly attractive. Oh, never mind. I take that back. No, no, no.
But anyway, just whoever comes to mind, if
Yeah.
you're trying to date the same prototype over and over again, you're obviously going to find very, very similar patterns, if not the same.
Hmm.
But in that pool too, there might be one that may seem like it's the particular pattern that you're experiencing again, but at a glance, you know, you could take things that, let's say it's only you guys are getting to know each other by text. Sure, text can only go so far
Hmm.
when it comes to the actual reality of things. That's when you can formulate whether, what, I'm going down the same path, or what, it seems like I am because I have these schemas, these perceptions and self-affirmation views that it's fogging up my perception of what's actually going on.
Hmm.
It's all dependent on the person. And again, I'm saying this, making it sound like it's very simple, but in reality, it's not. Behaviors are complex. Emotions are even more complex.
Hmm.
Like, how do you describe when you're having feelings for someone? Most people will use a generic description. Few will actually give something tangible, but in essence, it's still a very abstract concept. Um, Even if you have two people giving you the same or a relative description, it's still very abstract, and it's not. It's one of those things. It's a pseudo philosophical conversation that you just have to take at the value that it is. Whether you want to take it at face value or with a grain of salt, that's up to you. But how can you explain really your sense of feelings
Hmm.
as a cognition?
Hmm.
God damn, I feel like a professor right now.
Well, yeah, because it's like you said, feelings and emotions are very complex. Not everything is as straightforward as a lot of people like to interpret. Many people can interpret or they can express emotions in a very different way, like you just said.
Hmm. Yeah,
It's
they're not black and white like my background. Professor Captain. Hey, and then you get to be my teacher's aide. Lobotomize the ones that are cheating on the test.
There you
Uh, and yeah, I mean, it's again, it's the simple things that are complex in many situations.
go. Hmm.
Uh, you can give the best advice. You can have all the knowledge in the world. God damn it, Autobot! I will get you. Why the fuck does it deny Lamau?
Let me out.
Lamau. Um, where was I going? Oh yeah, shifting gears.
Hmm.
Um, you could give coveted advice. You could be the most credible, but at the end of the day, it's a person's choice.
Hmm.
As simple as that. I mean, there's no way to force somebody to do something they don't want to, if they don't want to.
Hmm.
I mean, something within the scopes of psychology. And, behaviorally, you could obviously like the case we listened to before. You can force somebody at gunpoint to take you somewhere, but that's only about it. It's not like you're changing somebody's uh, brain activity, the wiring of their synapses to move a certain or think a certain way, believe a certain way.
I would kind of retort that in a way.
Well, I mean,
Because
in a
if you're
relative
putting that
perspective,
if you're putting that in a context, or if you put that in a context, I'm gonna get a little you
Colts don't count in those
technically
conversations.
no, I mean technically you are kind of changing the way because you put them in a fight or flight mode, and at
Yeah,
that point
that's true.
they, you know,
But it's only temporary, though. It's not permanent.
having a gun in pointed at your head.
Well, I mean, in essence, yeah. Yeah, that's where trauma comes into.
Yeah.
Okay, valid. You get credit.
Retorted, bitch. No.
Was it Mythbusters? Was it what's your catchphrase?
Oh, I thought you said MILF Busters.
That's us. Every time on Apex, I have always
Snowball.
at the ready break their hymen.
Oh shit. Well, I'm trying to have a conversation here with the captain.
Was it Snowball?
Yeah.
What's the Yang Yang doing?
Right now he's currently sniffing my bottle of Arizona tea.
Hey, what flavor?
Ginseng with honey.
I got the RX Energy Herbal Tonic.
Oh shit.
I know, I gotta get a whole fucking pallet. Oh, I don't know if you guys want to see a picture of Olive in her little hoodie.
Aceituna.
I tried putting the hoodie on Finn, but that bitch took it off. It was like, I washed it for you. I put detergent, I put it in the washer, I put it in the dryer, so it's nice and clean, and you took it off.
Are you not entertained?
Basically, she was like, no, bitch. Nope.
I mean, okay, so I'm going to be getting a little personal here, right?
Go ahead.
So there was a point in time in my life where I wouldn't say I was a secluded individual, but I kind of more or less just like kept to myself until one day I just decided, you know what? I keep Snowball, baby, hold that meow. Until one day I kind of just sat and I was thinking, I was like, you know what? I'm always thinking and talking about wanting to go to Japan, but I just never go through with it. I think I've told you this before, right? And then one day I was just like, you know what? I mean, I think I mentioned it to you because you yourself said that you wanted to go sometime, and I was like, you know what? I've talked to other friends and other people about seeing if they would want to join me in this, and most of the time I said no. So I was like, you know what? It might be a shot in the dark, but I just went through with it, and I figured, you know what? I'm gonna ask Captain and see what he says. And to my surprise, you said yes.
I said all aboard.
And in a way, you know, through our I guess through our like social interactions and stuff, you've I'd say that in a way you've also kind of changed my perspective because you know for most of my time whenever I've told people plans about wanting to go somewhere or wanting to go out exploring or wanting to go do something aside from the same thing as we usually do here, which is you know like go out to a shop or go out to eat or whatever. I'm like, you know, I don't mind it, but I would like to do something else other than the same thing over and over again. You know, like where's your sense of like exploration or adventure, wanting to branch out from just the little place that we are? And you know, in a way, you know, you've I guess you've kind of helped me break from that because I was I mean, I wouldn't say that I never thought about it. Of course, I thought about it a lot of being, you know, going out and traveling and exploring the world and Snowball and seeing, you know, different places. And, you know, I could say with certainty to have a friend like that, to have somebody who not only encourages you, but also is, you know, of course, you're more than welcome to say no to this stuff. You don't have to. I don't want you to ever feel like you're forced to say this or to force or feel like you're forced to. But
Okay, not a lot of people know, but I always have a gun to my head every time he says something.
it's more of like the shape of a penis on
Oh, the Magnum dog. Oh.
I was gonna say the Yoshi.
Oh shit! I mean, wow.
Wow.
Also, Anna said, I was your last choice, lol. I mean, at least like, he thought about me some way, somehow.
No, but just in a way that I'd say you've helped me gain a better understanding of what it is that I would like to do, and having you around to not only like encourage me to want to go out and do more stuff, but also branch out from where I'm currently at. I'd say it's been very beneficial, and having just having somebody around like that is a very nice feeling.
Hmm? Thank you. Anna said you were getting sentimental and I ruined it.
Oh shit! No.
Since yesterday, I've been ruining everything.
No. Why would you say you ruined stuff? You add what is it? You're
I
adding
add
more
pepper.
spice and pepper to the sandwich.
The banana Pele sandwich.
Oh no, no. Oh yeah, that's right, Anna. You don't know about Joey's world tour, do you? Oh shit, I forgot all about that. The
No, I will
psychology
watch.
of Joey.
The psychology. That's one science that I don't think I want to take a part of. This ship is not sailing anywhere near there. Okay, next stream, Anna, we're gonna dedicate it to you and show your new Pookie.
Oh god. That's
He's a very luscious man with a very tender voice, very easy on the eyes.
That's definitely gonna serenade you.
It's some way somehow. Don't worry. I'll just leave it as that. He's like, yay, I'm collecting Pookies. I mean, yes, collect the Pookies, but put them in the brig.
There you go.
Captain's orders.
But you were gonna say something before we went on this whole Pookie escapade.
Probably. I don't know.
I think it was in regards to me, telling you how I appreciate you as a friend.
No, I just said thank you. And same here. I mean, there's a lot of things that you've helped me find, such as as far as humor, Joey's World Tour, King Cobra, but also, I mean, like a lot of times, for example, when I would play Apex, I wanted to either go on chat or interact with the players, but most of the time they were assholes or some shit, or fucking little kids screaming in my ear.
Oh god.
Which hey, whatever, dude. I'll just mute your ass. But I also wanted to change the servers into the Japan servers, but I was thinking, you know what? It'll be cool to have like somebody else, and so when we do that, it's a pretty cool thing because normally I don't do it because one, I'm shy, and two, it's more of a. It would be more fun to have somebody like-minded, and we're just having a blast. Maybe we suck at the game big time, but hey, we're just here to have a fun time. Anna says you two are my Pookies as well. Anna, I am the captain. I am your captain speaking, and
Captain Pookie.
This plane's about to take off.
Wait, you're scared of flight? Oh, no, it's your first time flying, so.
I'm not scared of flights, or I don't think so. I mean,
we won't know until you actually do it.
Well, I mean, I've gone downhill on the mountain on the motorcycle, almost kind of derailed. So, meh.
Oh shit, that's different though.
Hey, I mean, it all hits you fast. It's like Hanna-Barbera. It's all coming back to you. Captain Pookie. There you go, Anna. You get that. I'll make that into an emote and I'll send it to you.
No shit.
And yeah, no, I mean, same like in our previous group with the other guys. That was a fun time too, but shit happens. Move on. And no, I hope they're doing well. But they also, opened my horizons to a lot of pretty cool things too.
Mm.
And I kind of passed it on to you too. Some of the things I found from them. I can't give specifics because it's just all muddled in there. But you know what?
Mm.
If someone could benefit from this or find something within this pile of lottery tickets, surefire. I mean, I'm an open book.
Mm.
Not publicly, but with with close people or people that interact with you. Sure, you know what? You want to poke and prod at my brain for X, Y, and Z? Sure, no problem.
Mm.
It's not, it's not about being closed off or anything. It's more so, I guess,
Enjoy your privacy.
well, enjoying your privacy, but also, just uh, offer help if you want to.
Mm.
It's yeah, it's something that I've started doing that is starting doing to a certain extent because obviously you can't put your life out there completely,
Yeah.
but you could offer some advice to people, and you become really good friends. Hey, you know what? Check this out, and yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but
Well,
oops, there it is.
I'd say going back to what you were saying about switching over to like the Tokyo servers and getting to talk to people. Um, yeah, I mean it's been a blast for me too because you know not only do we have fun, but in a way we're also like at least for me, I haven't really been practicing Japanese as much as I should be, but it's like whenever we do play on the Tokyo servers and when we do get a chance to speak and stuff like that, it's helped me become a lot less shy. And I've also noticed that I tend to do it at work as well as, with the very little knowledge that I have on certain languages, even just saying like the simplest stuff, it makes, it gives people a reason to smile. And that in return makes me happy. But what I was going with this was, we've met some really cool people just by being our goofy selves, right? Like for instance, Keita-san.
Yeah.
You haven't met him yet. I'm really hoping that you get a chance to meet him because he is a pretty cool person. But at least from my experiences, he's he's really somebody who, well, it's a little difficult to say because the whole like Japanese people are really shy, they're not really open, but at least from my experience and from my perspective, uh, he's actually pretty open with me about a lot of stuff, which is very surprising because I was always under that impression of a lot of people don't really want to open up to you or they're really shy about stuff. But I found just making a connection with somebody and at least putting in some effort to communicate with them, and he doesn't have to tell me any of the personal stuff that goes on, but he does so because I tell him is like dude, like I could say with positive assurance that having a friend like you, somebody who is not afraid to be expressive of how they're feeling or how they're doing and things like that, because I know that over there in their society it's a lot different. They're more of like keeping to themselves and they're not really the kind of people that like to express much of what they're going through. But with him it's a lot different. With him I'd say he feels comfortable with telling me these things. Why? Because I tell him I was like, dude, whatever you may be going through, um, don't be afraid to reach out to me, man. I mean, I might not be able to offer you any kind of professional help, but I do want you to know that you do have a friend here. And whether you might be going through, whatever you may be going through, whether it's, grief or anger or something like that, don't be afraid to don't be afraid to express it to me if you want to, because I feel like it's important to talk these things out. And when you don't have anybody to talk to, that stuff could manifest into a lot of other things.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's even told me that he's been grateful because I've gone out of my way to want to talk to him, to want to be friends with him, to want to hang out with him, and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in a way, it makes me feel good too, because I like growing up, I wasn't really. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I have ADHD, so I was the really oddball, really weird oddball in school, and everyone always
You were
used
the
to.
odd.
Huh?
You were the oddball, and you also have a snowball.
Yeah, that too. So to not get too personal and stuff, but meeting somebody who is similar to me, and in a way, I'd say our humor is very similar to each other. It's nice, to know that I can connect with you in that kind of way.
Thank you.
But
Hey.
we also connect through different other ways as well, not just humor.
And not invasively.
Yeah.
Anna asks, "How did we meet?" So yeah, the first time I met you actually, sushi at Mr. Miyagi's.
Was it? Yeah, it was with Brandon, no?
Yeah, it was. No, Brandon wasn't there actually. I hadn't met Brandon just yet.
Oh yeah, it
Or
was you, Manny, and Doctor.
Axel.
Yeah, Doctor Axel.
No. Yeah, he was there. Yeah, because I forgot what happened that he owed you sushi, or you guys had some kind of bet, and then he said, I'll treat you for some sushi."
Mm.
And Manny invited me because I was I had class that night, and I was getting off, and he just messaged me and said, "Yeah, I'm down." And that's when I met you at sushi for the first time.
Mm.
And after that, we just started hanging out on PS4.
True. I mean, I don't know. Well, this is an interesting question, but I don't know how your perspective of me has changed from meeting me for the first time to where we are now. So.
I mean, it has changed. Um, yeah.
I've always been curious about that.
Well, I mean, so
I say because I know I feel like when I first met you, I was a lot more like kind of just keeping to myself a lot, but I would try to occasionally make conversation.
so I don't remember how that day went, but we were just like joking around.
Mm.
But as time went by, I don't know, some interactions were kind of not off-putting, but I was kind of like, I'm not really vibing with this. But then 2020 hit, and I was like, oh, um, I think the lockdown's getting to you a bit. But I mean, I remember seeing your post, and I was like, bro, you all right? But I never reached out.
Mm.
And so Manny expressed to me that he wasn't comfortable speaking with you for X, Y, and Z reason or something or another. And I said, well, I mean, I don't know, dude. I haven't had a bad interaction with him.
Mm.
But that was around also the time that you and I stopped kind of talking.
Mm.
And so, yeah, after I stopped talking to them, and then you hit me up, and then that's when we started catching up again. But yeah, I mean, I saw how the changes of like from the first time I met you to now, how you've opened up more. You're more open to different ideas. At least, again, I actually don't know you extensively, but I have noticed how you've changed as your views, and you're more accepting. You're more explore like actively exploring from when I recalled. Like for example, you are always the one starting the conversations in the Japan server, and I appreciate that because I freeze up and I go, "Fuck, what do I say?" okay, I'll talk about MILFs, and then it just doesn't come out, and you propel me to now start, just being my goofy ass self, and then like that stuff, I really appreciate it. Otherwise, I probably would just freeze up and just go, I'll just mute.
Yeah, and I mean, you've seen it all. You've seen it, or you've experienced it too, where even when we're not playing on Tokyo servers, I mean, I think, no, I think it was Anna that suggested it to me that I go around and start speaking in different voices and stuff like that. And I did, and we ended up meeting somebody who was just like, they weren't talking. They had the mic icon, but they weren't talking. But once we were just saying a bunch of stupid shit, you just hear them laughing. They're just like, dude, this is the most fun I've ever had in this fucking game.
Yeah, that's it. We actually ran into two players that we made their day, and that was awesome, dude. Because usually we just get a whole bunch of fucking sweats, and yeah, you play the game however you like, but you don't have to be such a stick in the mud
Yeah.
over things. And Anna says, "Hey, hey, hey, you're welcome." But yeah, it's been quite a fun ride, and yeah, excited for other prospects, other adventures.
Hell yeah, dude. Same here, man.
Yeah,
Same here.
'cause it'll be great, Miko.
Okay. So, you know how we were watching videos about shit that happens in forested areas and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, call me a hypocrite, but I really want to go visit Yosemite.
Yosemite.
Yeah,
That's the one in California, right?
Yeah, not Yellowstone.
Okay,
Because I get
yeah,
Yellowstone and Yosemite kind of mixed up every now and then.
yeah, no, me too. I'm like, fuck. I mean, I'm down. Actually, my family, they do this yearly camping trip, and they hit up different areas.
Oh shit.
Now, first locally, but they want to branch out to Yosemite next year.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like the creepy stories and missing 411 speaking, but you can't deny that, there's some weird shit out there. But the silver lining on this rant is, you know, fuck it, explore, see the world of the nature outside of the screen, and yeah, they're gonna do that. I'll probably join them a little late, but I'll join them as well. And yeah, no, I'd be down to check it out with you too.
Hell yeah, dude. Like
Once
there's
you get your motorcycle and your license, we'll hit it up with the motorcycles. But yeah, I mean,
I'm down
like
for that.
sometimes I think about it, like cross country trips and stuff like that. But I think of it, as if it was back 30 years ago, where gas wasn't a testicle and a half, and you could fill up your groceries bucks.
Right.
But it's still, I mean, yeah, sure. In the States, at least, and especially in our state, yeah, maybe, living expenses and all that, it's gnarly. Taxes are stupid, but at, some way, somehow, make it happen.
Yeah. And well, like I said, like talking about that, like with the trip to Japan and everything, some way, somehow, I'm gonna make it happen.
Yeah.
And
enough of the whole, I want to, because you'll say that for millennia and never actually do it. Just go for it. Take the plunge.
Yeah.
And don't worry, Anna, we're gonna visit you too. The captain's coming. Hey, we're not spelling that with no.
Yeah, I've been doing a good job of putting all my money towards this. I've just been like putting it towards my expenses for that, and most importantly, my ticket. Because I mean, first and foremost, we got the most important thing out of the way, which is our passports.
Yeah. And I look like a fucking grunge guitarist in my passport photo. Wait, hold on, let me look at it. Kind of. I look like I'm in a punk band, maybe. Oh shit! I dropped it. But yeah, now that we got the important shit. Oh yeah, they didn't show the cat pic. Oh, I gotta go take a picture of them and I'll send it to you guys. In her little hoodie. But yeah.
Our next
Yeah,
step would be actually, I've been thinking about what the next step. It's either gonna be our plane tickets or it would be our like Pasmo and Suica cards. But I think
plane tickets.
yeah. But I think in terms of like transportation, like Suica and Pasmo, I think those have also changed too, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll look into that.
Yeah.
So we can get the information also to go. Alrighty, my dude. I am gonna go have dinner, and
same.
Yeah, oh shit, 7. Yeah, I should get some din too. For
sure.
Yeah, if you're later on, you want to play or something, just hit me up. I mean, I'm pretty wired.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down. I don't know if you want to stream again or anything, or like just chat for a while, but I'm down for either or.
Yeah. We've been streaming for like 4 hours 39 minutes, so this is one of the longest I've done.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right.
Oh, it's been fun though. It's been fun.
True that.
I actually gotta go pee right now.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you go. Either I'll hit you up or you hit me up if you're still down to like play or whatever you want to do. But
yeah.
But emphasis on the but.
Magnificent.
Excellent. But I was planning today on going to the Redlands guitar shop to get a couple of other picks and some new strings, but I didn't get the chance to because I was kind of sidetracked with a bunch of other stuff. I still want to look into doing that little bit of maintenance on my guitar though.
Okay.
So whenever you're free or whenever you have the time.
Alrighty. No worries. I'll help you out with that.
For sure.
Alright, and I'll get practicing on bass too.
And you'll get what?
I'll get practicing on bass.
Oh yeah. So I don't. Well, nah. We shouldn't speak up on it. Yeah. We'll let Anna Banana figure
that one out. All right. She probably knows, but yeah, we'll let her figure that one out.
True, but I'm excited, man. I really am. I haven't really been practicing today, but I am going to later on tonight, and although I guess I'm kind of at a bit of a loss because I'm not really sure what I should be practicing. It's like, do I do music theory? Do I do riffs? Do I do chords? I mean, I've been practicing chords, but I'm not really sure.
Just do like an hour of each, so you're not overwhelmed.
True.
Little by little. Know about what? Anna, you'll like the surprise.
Oh yeah, the ship's gonna be sailing.
Alrighty. Well, I'll catch you later. You hit me up or X, Y, and vice versa.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
And yeah, I'll let you get some din. I'm gonna go eat and go to the baby.
For sure, man. I'll catch you later, dude. It's good talking to you again, man.
Same, man. Same as always.
Hell yeah. All right, man. You take it easy.
You too, man. Later.
Peace out. Alrighty, so with that being said, guys, I'm gonna be heading out. Gonna be gonna be doing some stuff on my end. Might be on a little bit later on. We'll see. But with that being said, hope you guys all have a good one, and I'll catch